On that one. That is one little bitch.
What? What happened?
That is one
What happened,
little
guys?
bitch.
Come on, this is good. I'm going to shut the space down right now if everyone's getting
Everyone
weird.
should be able to free to say what they want to say.
Right, well, so what happened? Because I'm in traffic, and Derelict's supposed to be co-hosting, and so who did what to who?
Yeah, well, my shit.
I don't know. Jared got muted or something.
Was talking positively about the requests that Nick had, right? Which I wanted to hear from because I wanted to be able to rebut those properly. Like, I'm not in a war with the Groyper War. I just personally think the timing of it and the method of it is not exactly going to help if the goal is to basically get Trump in office. And I know you don't want him in because if he's not going to do these things, then we don't want that Trump in office. The reality is you're going to end up with fucking camel toe in there if you completely destroy the campaign. And we're this late in the game to be leveraging and pushing people around. If Trump does cave to the demands, it's going to make him look weak. If Trump changes his running mate, it's going to make him look weak. If he starts going on and go, oh, actually, maybe I want to be nice to Iran now. When like I said, his position is, I'm going to be a hard ass, don't fuck with me, I'll blow you off the map. But that was his position with Korea, too, and nothing ever happened. They shook hands. He comes in with a hard ass. It's the hard sell, and then he basically gives them, okay, I tell you what, we'll come to an agreement.
That whole thing, by the way, Matt, that was all John Bolton.
What? John Bolton?
That was all John Bolton. John Bolton went to Korea with him and just destroyed the whole thing.
Yeah, but it was going good, and Trump's, don't fuck with me rhetoric was working good, and everyone thought, oh my God, Trump's going to get us a nuclear war. When what it was doing was showing them, look, you are going to get fucked hard if you mess with me, and that was his idea. I mean, I just don't see. I think if Trump was going to be getting in World War III, if he was going to be starting all these wars, he would have done it in the first time. We weren't in. Israel wasn't bombing Gaza, and Russia wasn't in a war with Ukraine, and all these other bullshit things that are going on around the world weren't happening. So it's everyone just assumes just because he talks you want to fuck with me, I'll fuck you up. That doesn't mean he's going to do it. That means he's showing and walking with a big stick, and saying, look, I'm going to fuck you up if you do something. It doesn't mean he's actually going to do it. He's just saying, I'm not a bitch. Don't
But he actually does fuck people up. He killed the Iranian general. He killed ISIS. I mean, this man brought war to the Middle East and doubled down on Afghanistan. He didn't withdraw on day one. He doubled down on day one.
So what do you think we should do?
We will do whatever Israel tells us to do.
Yeah, do what the Zionists tell us to do, because clearly they know how to run a fucking country, unlike the Democrat, Marxist, fascist, terrorist clowns that run this shithole country.
So you would rather have... Would you rather? Would you rather neither win, or you don't believe there is an election?
No, Trump and Kennedy is the choice. Trump and Kennedy will give us victory. We need Trump and Kennedy now more than ever before. Kamala and Waltz are insider terrorists to the deep state. They're connected to Skull and Bones. You got to vote Kennedy, you got to vote Trump, and you got to go to the gym. Fatties!
Okay, I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
That's the hopium I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm a positive.
What is your alternate option? Either give up. This is the thing. If people believe that the political situation is lost, then why are you even trying to affect the election? Then what is your goal? If you're not involved, if you're not interested in voting, people say, "Well, I'm not going to vote." Well, I'm just going to go around and try to convince other people to vote or not vote. Then in a way, you are voting and you're still involved in the election. So why are you saying that you're not involved?
Because the non-voters should get 99% of the vote. That's how it's their scam stops working. Their stupid left-right charade stops working. I haven't voted Democrat or Republican since 1992. I voted Libertarian in 96.
Well, it sounds like you've been smoking cigarettes for 40 years. You should vote Trump and go to the gym, fatty.
Oh, personal attacks. We've lowered it down now. We've gone to the bottom. So,
Yeah,
all right. So, the thing is, I don't even know who's talking here because I can't keep an eye on the screen. So, a lot of weird.
Remind you, there's still January 6th people that Trump set up on purpose who are rotting in a dungeon right now with African jail guards who are beating the shit out of them.
Do you think he set them up on purpose?
Yes.
Based on what?
1,000%. Based on everything he did that day. You got to remember what happened that day. That was the day he was supposed to come out and fucking tell the truth. And he fucking...
Which was?
The election was about fucking the deep state. You know, he was supposed to come out and fucking...
Yeah, and then that's why everything happened before he was even done speaking so that they can thwart what he was supposed to do. I don't think that he sent them over there on purpose. I have a lot of issues with Trump today, but I remember exactly how everything went down. And so January 6th was an attack on America, period. The fact that, we are so subverted that we can't see that. So that's the thing. Like, he did not set them up. They were set up, but we can't keep doing this where we give it to everybody else but the people that we should really be giving it to. So I will say that's not what happened.
Yeah, I mean, he should have pardoned them. I believe that he should have done that. But I definitely don't think he set them up. I don't believe they did not set him up. He did not set them up to do it. I don't believe that. Because they had the choice to walk in, walk out, go to the Capitol. Who even knew was going to make it to the front row? You can't, just get past all those people in a crowd like that. Like, the chances of being in the front or being first to the thing or, getting in the building or not getting in the building, that's all up in the air. You don't know that that's going to happen. You can't set, or you just want to set up a certain number of paintings just for fun.
Hey, you guys, come on inside.
Exactly.
But which guys? Which guys, though? Not the guys that you specific. No, I'm just saying you can't set up specific people. He doesn't control them like robots, and didn't know exactly where they were going to go. He didn't know what was their cutoff point, was how far they would take it. He didn't know if they're going to go in the building. He didn't know if they're going to get violent.
The deepest.
He wasn't even there.
Deep state.
Yeah, and like you're saying, he was speaking when they were already starting to riot with Ray Epps and those people. Why wouldn't he tell them then go down and now we're going down there and we're going to show them what? They were already starting the violence before he even finished. So I don't really want to get bogged down in that. I don't believe that. I don't think anybody does really, but I think he's definitely hanging them out to dry a little bit, but at this point he can't do anything. He's not president. However, he does say, and I do believe he'll probably pardon most of the nonviolent ones when he gets in. So, yeah.
He was.
So we got Batgirl. Is that Batgirl just jumping in?
Yeah, that was me. Let me just make this point real quick because I see it says Group of War 2, and I heard a little bit what you were saying. I have no personal beef with Trump. Trump opened my eyes to a lot of the lies with our media and everything else. I was told to hate Donald Trump because he's racist, blah, blah, blah. You know the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then I realized in 2020, all the way in 2020, what was going on. And then, fully supported and everything, told everybody to vote for him. But here we are today. The problem is, while he's been gone, that deep state, what I call the Israel lobby, I don't call it the deep state. I call it what it is. The Israel lobby has gotten bigger or whatever, or I don't know, more loyal to Israel, whatever. We weren't in these positions because...
Are we just more aware of it now?
No. Because even before I knew the name of whatever it was, I said I already knew by 2022.
Do you even know what the biggest lobbies are in DC?
Yeah, if I could just finish my thought, sir, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to convince you. You can think I'm crazy. I don't care.
Well, I mean, it's a reasonable question. We can get to that here in a second. I think
right. I'm not. I was sold an American dream that I vote for my elected officials, yet my elected officials are so bought and paid for, yes, by the Israel lobby, where we use our troops and send them over to the Middle East, and they die for Israel. This is not a conspiracy, guys. This is noted. This is documented. Clean break memo, the Israel lobby book, John Mearsheimer. I mean, my God, I could go on. Okay, the fact that anybody thinks that this is...
Well, can I say something real quick? Let me just say something real quick. All I know is I've been...
Damn, I can't hear Matt. What she said?
Mac.
After seeing Netanyahu show up and how he was just completely worshipped, like unbelievable levels of worship by the House and the Senate. It was unbelievable. It was so sickeningly gross. They would like bow and scrape and just lick his shoes was the level that they were going to. It was so disgusting that if I was Netanyahu,
But it's the character of the people in Congress, not Netanyahu. They're the scum. Our Congress is the shit. Maybe Netanyahu's great, but we know Congress sucks. We're $35 trillion in debt because those fucking pieces of shit.
Netanyahu's great. You see what I'm saying? Y'all be so scared.
How is Netanyahu great? Well, are you serious?
I'm serious. The Congress sucks. The Senate sucks. $35 trillion in debt. We should skin them. We should skin them alive. We should attack the Capitol again and bury these bastards.
He's speaking right now.
Dude, I'm trying to figure the fuck out, Matt. Listen, I'm co-hosting, and there's only, on my screen, that girl, Luke, Claude, and Matt. And I don't know who this other dude keeps yapping on about. I don't know who this dude is, but I think I'm rugged.
I mean, I appreciate that he has a point. It's not Adrian. Not Adrian Didman.
Adrian's the Zionist guy. Yeah.
Oh.
Adrian's
But
not
so,
either.
yeah, he is. On mine, I can see him.
Well, that's fucked up. How am I co-host and Adrian says listener?
I don't know, man. Last time I couldn't even get a co-host on here, so I mean, spaces are weird sometimes. I don't know if they have it, like, that they're formulating that weird or not. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, I hear his point, but to say that Netanyahu's good is just completely ridiculous, and then just say that, oh, well, we need to attack our capital again, that's basically, you know, a setup. Like, that's like a Fed type thing to say. I'm not saying that he has no point. I'm just saying getting on a space and what are we all going to say? Yes, let's do it. Let's write a plan. Let's start doing. I mean, it just makes no sense. Like, that's not what this space is about. But I hear the frustration. But then when you add on to it that Netanyahu is a great dude, then I just completely think you lose all credibility at that point in the game. So if he's got to go, he's got to go. Whatever. I don't know. I'm okay with him. But I mean, like, you can't just like come in and just like yelling over everyone else. It's not like we're arguing with you and you got heated. You come in just screaming at everyone. That's like, I don't get it. But anyway,
Go back home to mommy.
Is that you again?
Yeah, that's him.
I don't understand why this girl can't
Just vote Trump and go to the gym, fatties. It's that simple.
Yeah, so see.
This is just total derailment. We can't have a.
So is that it? So is that you, Adrian, not Adrian Dittman, that's just yelling yes or no?
This is a Groyper war. I'm here to tell you to vote Trump and vote Kennedy and go to the gym, fatties.
Oh, are you as a Groyper? You're saying that?
I'm a Jewish Groyper Zionist from the heart of Israel, here to tell you to vote Trump and vote Kennedy and go to the gym, fatties.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
Bro.
I mean, if it's a troll, it's funny. It's funny. It's all good. I'm not gonna like cry about it. It's funny, but it's getting a little.
As a Zionist, we need strong partners in America. We need Macha. Make America healthy again.
We do. We definitely do. And I mean, don't you think it's weird that food doesn't exist in food anymore? Like, how did that happen? I mean, you look at Germany had the beer purity laws. You know, where you couldn't call it beer unless it had certain ingredients. So how can you have like food that isn't food? Like, how can there be food on the shelf?
Talk to Bill Gates.
Chemical?
Bill Gates is a Zionist.
He's a fatty. He needs to get to the gym.
You need some watermelon.
Well, that would probably help him lose weight. You know, very low calories.
Not the diet ones. Not the diet.
Yeah. So is Vance? What is Vance? Is Vance good? He's good too, right? Vance is good, and then go to the gym. Should Vance go to the gym or just take more Ozempic? What do you think?
Vance needs to go to the gym.
I see men doing bench press on Ozempic, and they literally splatter the bench press with diarrhea. They shit their brains out as they lift the weights. Americans are getting healthy again.
Yeah.
Nice.
Maha.
Okay, so are we trying to? You are a Goiper then? Apparently, you're in the Goiper war. You're making fun of the Goipers.
I am a veteran from the Kekistani wars. I'm a survivor from the Kekistani concentration camps.
Okay. Well, I give you some respect from that. I'm sorry for your loss. I know you guys went through a lot. Appreciate that. But I'm just not sure that the infighting is a good plan right now this late in the
I'm
game.
sorry. Let me let that racist little black national girl continue on her APAC rant. Sorry, sweetheart. Continue talking about the Zionists. Proceed.
Some people, their mics are like so things like real sorry.
Yeah, it's like I don't mind it being funny and ridiculous, but like burning everybody's eardrums out is a little bit annoying. So
Yeah, that's the only thing.
I'm driving right now, so we'll just. I had a good time. You made your point, whatever it was. So yeah, we'll bump them down. Thanks for playing.
I guess I just really wanted to say that they are bringing something very important to light that. I think this time around he's not as free to do what he wants. And I guess I just really wanted to say that they are bringing something very important to light that. I think this time around he's not as free to do what he wants, and I think it's cool to make demands of your person. Because if you don't make them now, when are you going to make them? You know, when they get in, like. They're already in, right? So I think it's cool to make demands, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. You know, it says a lot. So I don't think it's a bad thing. And he's not saying it like he's against Trump.
Well, there's the thing. So he wants them basically. He's like, oh, you need to like pander more to white nationalists, to people who basically. I just foresee that if he's going to win, if you believe that there are such a thing as elections, if you believe that some votes get counted somewhere along the line, if you believe that there is such a thing as too big to rig, then at that point you think to yourself, how on God's earth can he win? So mostly his base generally tends to be people that believe Trump will be good for the border, people that believe Trump will not be in wars, people that already know this based on his past performance. So as he's trying to round the groups up at the end, and I mean that to vote for him, not to get rid of them, he's going to need, if you want him to win, if you see that as a possible path forward that could be a victory for us, then how is he going to do it if he alienates the alternate voters? Trump? Nick says. Wait one second. So Nick's theory is like, oh, his numbers are going down because he's not pandering enough to white Americans or whatever, right Americans. Those people aren't going away from Trump. They're not going to not vote for Trump unless Nick says so. So the reality is here's my analogy. If you're having a family reunion, it's Christmas, right? You got a big family, and you got a couple of brothers. They like snowboarding. They want to take all the people up to the mountains so they can go snowboarding. So the three brothers get together and they say, "Hey, let's go snowboarding." And they can't get everybody to agree on it because there's a fat guy and he's like, "I don't really want to go to the mountains." He's like, "Oh, there's this restaurant up there. It's so amazing." He's like, "Oh, really?" It's like, "Yeah, we'll buy you dinner. You come along." So he's on now. And the other guy's like, "No, I think I'm just going to sit around the house and drink." He likes drinking. They're like, "Oh, this bar up there? Oh, my God, happy hour, off the hook. Tell you what, I'll buy some beers." And then now he's going. After the time, you get a few. Now, because some more people are going, some of the weaker people, they're like, "Yeah, okay, let's go to the mountains. We'll do the snowboarding trip after all." The problem is they don't have a car because they're in from out of town. Grandma's got the only four-wheel drive. Grandma's like, "I'm not letting you guys in the car." So I said, "I'll tell you what, Grandma, we're going to mow your lawn." They're out mowing Grandma's lawn. And then Grandma lets them. So by the end of the thing, you've got people saying, "Why are we mowing Grandma's lawn? I thought we were going on a snowboarding trip." It's because what the people who are going on the snowboarding trip are already going. They're the ones who are guaranteed to go to the trip, who want to go to the trip, who like the trip, who like Trump, who wanted to vote for him in the first place. The other people are the people we're trying to convince to jump in the car to get the trip going. Otherwise, the trip's off and nobody goes to the fucking mountains. If anyone can understand that, I hope you can. So anyway, go ahead.
Leave Mount Rushmore, but we need to get another mountain and put Trump, Kennedy, General Flynn on there, and maybe somebody else. Like I guess Steve Bannon or something. But I'll yield there. Thanks for having me up. Great space. God bless you all. God bless Kennedy. God bless Trump, and God bless America. Let's get our country back.
Before we go to the next speaker, everybody who's listening right now, I'd greatly appreciate if you retweet this space. It's how we grow as a community. It's how we get more people on board, especially people that haven't heard from us and stuff like that. RFK supporters, more people. We're one Big Ten party, and let's grow this party as much as possible. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, and one thing I'll say real quick in response to Adam.
Beautiful.
You were saying about the Rittenhouse thing, and Oki will appreciate this. I told a bunch of my MAGA friends that were, kind of down on him. I was like, look, if I would have got to meet Ron Paul in person in my 20s, I wouldn't have been voting for anybody but Ron Paul. So, it's just the way it would have been. But, so I have Eddie. You're up next. Go ahead, Eddie.
Funny you should mention that. That's part of one of the three things I need to speak about. So the first part is thank you. Great space that you guys have been running here the last couple of days. I was here the night that RFK announced that he was stepping down or merging with Trump, and there was a lot of broken-hearted people. And let me say this to everybody who was in this space, and even now, I feel your pain. I felt that exact pain in 1992 when I voted for Perot, and he lost. We got 20% of the vote, but I feel that pain. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Kennedy go all the way to the end, and he had his wings clipped by the DNC. So, fast forward to 2016, change venues, different man. I initially did not support Trump, and there was a reason. I thought he was crass. I thought he was an asshole. I didn't like the way he talked to the other candidates. I didn't like the way he carried himself in public.
Go down the location for it.
Girl from Ipanema goes a walking on a clown house days with Whoopi Goldberg. She's a little trans and gay, but that's okay.
We have a Michelin Jew, a endangered species.
I'm a 5-star Michelin.
I like when you call yourself a Michelin Jew. This is your national anthem.
Pray for money, pray for kingdoms, the Kaiser Kingdom, the Kaiser Kingdom.
You know that's the Michelin Jewish song for Hanukkah. That's what they sing. The Michelin Jews, they sing this for Hanukkah.
Hey boy, no, shaloi loi. Hey boy, no, shaloi loi.
There was a time when my people ran the Middle East, ran Europe. It was known as the Khazarian Empire. My grandfather Khazarius, he was king of the Khazarian people, and I am a descendant of this great Khazarian caste, and I will return to Israel soon to reclaim our lost kingdom.
Hi, who are you, Melissa? Oh my God, bonsoir, comment ça va, madame? Oh, bonjour,
Savannah.
Ese es Capara, ese es Matt, ese es Adrián, ese es Joy, y ese son judíos. Sí, son judíos. You know what judíos means, you Jews? No, it means Jews.
Guys, sorry for the noise. Sorry. How are you guys?
Where's Melissa from?
She's from Hollywood. She's from France. Bonsoir. Bienvenue, Paris. She's Lady Gaga. Consi conva. Oh my God. I said, voulez-vous parlez-vous d'espagnol? Ce soir?
Mikasa, I'm coming to Damascus. I want to come inside to Syria with you. And about Shwe Arabi, let's go to Damascus, everyone. Why don't we do a clubhouse field trip?
Angel's just been looking for somebody like you.
Oh, sorry, Monsignor, what did you say?
Looking for a travel agent who does just what you do.
Who is Angel?
Her name is Angela.
She's a Pakistani refugee from Germany that somehow came to America.
Yes, guys, come, Adrian, come, join the trip.
Yeah, oh my God, I want to go to France.
For the next group in Syria, I have one Canadian guy and 4 people from UK. So if you want to join, just come.
You book sex tourism?
What?
Sorry, that's for Ryan, not for me.
Of course, we always have sex tourism. If you don't have sex tourism, that's not traveling. Okay?
I want a Parisian man that doesn't smell like cigarette because I'm asthmatic.
No, I was in Iran in October. Oh my God, Iran is
Salon Chateau
They are so hot. Oh my God.
Girl, I'm surprised you didn't came back with a hijab.
Sorry?
I said, I'm surprised you didn't come back with a burqa and a hijab.
No, they don't. Come on, guys. Please be open-minded.
Honey, I would go to Iran if it was 1970 before the revolution.
No, come. I will organize a trip in Iran. You know, it was one of my best country ever. You know, every people who go to Iran, they want to travel many times to Iran. It's amazing. Oh my God, this country and people from Iran.
I like her accent. She reminds me of a tour guide.
Sorry?
You sound like a tour guide.
Turista. With my French accent, do you like it?
Yes, you do. You sound like the Statue of Liberty comes to life. You talk like the Statue of Liberty.
So guys, where are you all from?
I'm from California.
No, you're not from California. Where are you from, Jigabu, honestly?
California.
No, fuck you. You're from Puerto Rico.
Hell no, I ain't no black person. If I am, I'm Mexico.
You're from Puerto Rico.
No, Mexico.
Melissa, he's from California.
I'm Mexique.
Where are you from, Max?
We're calling her Melissa because we're just going to go with that.
Who? The Elon Musk.
Mikasa.
Who's Elon Musk to follow?
What is to be noticed and what is not to be noticed. That's why children ask sometimes very odd questions about things that adults don't notice. The famous story of the little boy who has been taken to a concert where a lady is singing, and he says, "Mama, why does she scream when she yawns?"
That was our wedding day.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
What do you think about Ross Ulbricht? Do you know about him?
Ross Ulbricht?
You don't know about him.
Hold up. Let me Google it.
Hold up.
Yeah.
ULBRICHT.
Maybe just ICT?
Yeah, freeross.org.
Yeah. So do you know what he did? We could tell you. Honey, why don't you tell him what he did? You know more than me.
Well, do you know of the Silk Road website that was on the dark web?
Yeah, he made it, right?
Right. He was like a founder.
God bless him.
But he wound up getting arrested, and the whole libertarian movement has been trying to get his sentence commuted because they gave him life. They sentenced him to life for, running this website. So the whole libertarian movement was, holding up their signs during their convention. And when Trump went to that convention, he announced that he supports that cause.
Well, Bobby did too. Bobby said that he would free him too.
Yeah. And I just never understood it. I mean, life does sound extreme, but you got to think of, if he's dealing, he's not the one who was dealing it, but he enabled people on the Silk Road website to sell drugs, to sell weapons, and supposedly he tried to hire for 6 different murders from hitmen, and one of the hitmen was a DEA agent. So I just don't know. I kind of feel like he shouldn't just have his sentence commuted. So I always thought it was like they were going to try to set Trump up and say, oh, look, Trump's for it, and it's not right. And then Trump would have to backtrack on it. I've never heard of this guy before the libertarian movement was...
Does he have anything to do with child pornography or human trafficking of children?
I'm not sure if that was on the website.
So here's my take. I don't have enough information. Okay? So I'm going to confess that I don't have enough information.
Town hall. I think it was NBC.
No, that's a separate
I
event.
believe it was NBC
Not
who said
debate.
that she wanted people in, as according to NBC, they posted it yesterday night, this morning. I don't sleep much, so I don't know what time typically is. Anyways, it read that, I'm trying to find it again real quick, but it read that she requested that if she does a debate with Trump, that she wants to have people in there that she will allow to ask questions against Trump. Specifically, made sure that was the wording. And apparently someone from his campaign said that they were not okay with that. But that's something that
they shouldn't be okay with that. And that's if she keeps throwing up this bullshit, all these different parameters, then he should just walk away. And then I agree with Civic, then don't do it. The only thing he should agree to...
Yeah, but then the media comes out and saying, he was scared, he ran out of the debate. You know how that goes, Steve, right?
Well, they can try, but, you can't stack it up that much against him. It's enough that it's on ABC, and that's it. That's all he should agree to. And like I said, they tried to push him with the CNN debate to make it a sit-down debate, and his campaign pushed back and said, no, we're not going to do that. And Biden's team said, okay, well, we won't push on that. So
yeah, because
there has to be negotiation.
There has to be another one.
Right. Well, another debate?
They're going to do just one, I bet you.
And that's what I'm looking at.
You wouldn't agree.
And there has never been a president elected where there's only one debate. I'm looking at his timeline.
Yeah,
going
like
back
so far,
There's usually 3 debates.
Yeah.
there's usually 3, right?
So
Biden
if
agreed
Trump
to
gives the
That's
CBC one, they
insane.
have to get at least, you would think, 2 more. Like, that's what the people need.
Civic, that's insane if they're gonna bypass like 100 years of tradition.
No, they're gonna
It's
try.
insane.
They're gonna absolutely try, for sure, to make this the only debate if they can get away
Yeah,
with it.
we'll be lucky if we get one more debate after this one. You know, we'll be lucky if we get one more.
I have a little bit of breaking news. So, America First Policy Institute just had an interview on Fox. This was after the UN ambassador spoke. So I'll find that clip, but I just want to play this really quickly.
In reaction to the escalation in the Middle East, let's bring in America First Policy Institute Senior Advisor Jacob Woldorf. Jacob, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you for having me.
What's your reaction to what you heard there from Ambassador Dannon?
Absolutely. This is arguably the most escalatory moment on Israel's northern border since October 7th or 8th, when it wasn't clear how far Hezbollah would go. And as the ambassador mentioned, were it not for those preemptive actions by Israel, this could have been much worse. And so we should acknowledge the scale of this. But to me, I think this is really a message to the United States more than it is to Israel. And I say that not so much because of the scale, but rather the timing of this attack. If you step back a little bit, this is not a war that Iran or its proxies expected or were planning for. They didn't, and they certainly don't want to be fighting on behalf of Hamas, which
That's
is
interesting.
So they've been messaging publicly that once there's a ceasefire in Gaza, they will put their guns down, if they're to be believed. Right. And and as we know, Hezbollah delayed its response to the Shukr assassination because of the ceasefire talks. Now it's interesting that the negotiators are meeting in Cairo this week, and Hezbollah chooses this moment to launch what it calls the beginning of its attack. So I think that's a direct message on the way the Biden administration has been looking at the region more broadly.
I want to play for you what the Biden administration's message has been to the regime in Tehran. I'll get you to react to it.
What is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran? Don't. Don't.
To any actor, state or non-state, trying to take advantage of this crisis to attack Israel. Don't.
And what's the message to Iran?
Don't.
Does don't work with a regime like Tehran?
Well, it certainly did work on October 18th, October 8th, those early days, but they need to say a little bit more. It's noteworthy that Biden officials are now saying that they'll stand with Israel in its self-defense. They won't go further than that. And this morning, the U.S. provided intelligence reportedly on the positions for Israel's preemptive strikes. They didn't participate in them. And I think that epitomizes the nature of the U.S. involvement in any regional approach here. If I were to step back a little bit, Iran and its proxies are looking at how Biden is engaging on the ceasefire talks themselves. And if you look at last week as an example, it's a perfect microcosm of this administration's approach there. They offer a deal, Israel accepts it, Hamas rejects it, and then Biden calls Netanyahu to concede a part of their conditions, which are a major security need that they have there. And so Iran and its proxies take that cue that they can go forward and move ahead with escalatory actions.
Meanwhile, today, Senator Bernie Sanders is calling for pressure on the Netanyahu government. Let's play that.
I hope very much that the conclusion that will be reached is that Netanyahu and his right-wing extremist government, which has received tens of billions of dollars of aid from the U.S., should not continue to receive that aid unless there is a radical change in their policies to the people, to the Palestinian people in Gaza and in the West Bank, by the way.
Is that dangerous to be threatening the Israeli government at a time when it appears they're facing a range of threats around them?
It absolutely is. Look, Israel is a democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East. The fact that they have their differences on public display is a sign of a healthy democracy. It is absolutely undermining Israel's position. Senator Sanders' statements, Leader Schumer's speech, which was reprehensible, equivocating basically between the Netanyahu government and Hamas, both being obstacles to peace and calling for elections. This is not the place of the United States to make these kinds of statements, certainly not in public, but under no circumstances in my view.
We're nearly out of time, but do you worry about a spreading conflict across the Middle East?
I do, absolutely. Look, there's no question peace is noble and just, but Teddy Roosevelt says that peace is not the goal, just righteousness is. And if you do peace at any cost, which is what they're calling for, certainly on Iran's terms, that could lead to a much more dangerous situation.
Jacob, thank you for your time and your analysis.
Thank you so much, Marshall. Thank you.
I haven't heard him before, AB. Have you heard him before?
I don't think, maybe if I would recognize his face. It was Jacob, do we know what his last name is?
Oladart. He sounds Eastern European. He's American First Policy Institute. I thought he was like related to Gorka. Let me just.
Yeah, I don't think I have heard him before, which is rare because I've heard most people.
Director for Research before Ajinza. Okay, and he was at the Washington Institute, and let me see here. Jihadism, Salafism, Islamic political movements. He received his PhD in Near Eastern Studies at Princeton. Well, I think I was not a Georgetown guy. Inside the Caliphate's classroom, textbook guidance, literature, and indoctrination methods of the Islamic State, and the politics of quietist Salafism at the Brookings Institute. So he wrote that. He was a Fulbright scholar, UAE. He taught at the Elliott School, George Washington University. He's on the Council for Foreign Relations. Non-resident fellow at the Modern War Institute at West Point. Oh, so maybe some of our friends know him.
Maybe John Spencer knows him.
Yeah, Brandeis and then Harvard.
So yeah, I'm just looking at here. It's who's on there now. Linda McMahon is the chairwoman of the board. Of the Center for the American Worker. Larry Kudlow's on it. He's the vice chair of the board. President and CEO is Brooke Rollins, who used to work for the Trump administration. Chad Wolf, who was, I think he was the interim DHS secretary. Chad Wolf is there. Michael Berry. Catherine Cipher, I don't know who that is. Okay, interesting.
I mean, you made some very good points in there. The fuck, I would have gone with Kipling illusion at the end instead of Teddy, but just gotta pay the dang geld.
Right. Okay, I just had I don't know, it's rubbed a little bit, I don't know. Interesting. The article comes from, this is from today. Let me see here. I'm trying to find a video right before. Go ahead, Civic. If anybody else has their hands, you can chime in. I'm looking for the earlier interview.
I have a point that we were talking about earlier. I'll just throw in there.
Yeah.
One of the things we're talking about is how the rules for thee, not for the rules for you, not for me. How the thing goes. Apologies. The whole point is with that. We dealt with that in Iraq. We've seen it in Afghanistan. We see it time and time again whenever we deal with a Western culture active action against a third world culture action of sorts, especially when dealing with Islam. We follow the rules, but the rules are never followed in accordance to us. So we had soldiers that were captured, tortured, women raped, children used as detonation devices and whatnot. They were putting explosives in dead bodies that would then be picked up. So we have all these kinds of issues that are against the so-called Geneva Convention that was set to set parameters for, and on something that's ugly to at least have some kind of rule and guidance, which is war. And so we see that we follow those, and whenever we don't, we kind of discipline ourselves, I guess, for some weird sanction or some of the sort. But those rules never seem to be applicable whenever facing the who we are now giving money to protect and defend, and all these different things, like the Palestinians giving them money to go to prison, but if they give us information, we then support them. And all it does is incentivize more of that behavior. So I just wanted to point out the double standard of that, because that was one of the conversations we had earlier. That's all.
Hey, I just saw this. This just came out.
Welcome back, and we're back with the Fox News World. U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman is in Israel right now as the U.S. works to avoid further escalation in the Middle East. At least one Israeli naval soldier was killed yesterday as the IDF and Hezbollah traded fire across the Israeli border over the weekend. Trey Yinks is live in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey, Brian, good morning. After Israel launched preemptive strikes against Hezbollah over the weekend, the region is now waiting to see what comes next. The Iran-backed group claimed victory in the exchange of fire on Sunday, and without evidence said they targeted only military positions and fired close to Tel Aviv. The reality is that 2/3 of the rockets and missiles they had prepared to launch were destroyed by the Israeli military. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah warned of further attacks in the future when he addressed Lebanon from an undisclosed bunker. As the region surveys the aftermath of the events over the weekend, Joint Chiefs Chairman C.Q. Brown is in Israel today for meetings. He spoke privately with Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, I'm told. The top U.S. general's visit comes with American assets spread throughout the region to deter Iran and its proxies from further attacks. With ceasefire talks ongoing in Cairo, once again at the working level, U.S. officials remain hopeful that a deal to end the war in Gaza could de-escalate regional tension. The talks over the weekend were described as constructive, but they were also immediately rejected by Hamas, who says the terms have changed. 325 days into the war, more than 100 Israeli hostages remain inside Gaza, and the Palestinian death toll there among civilians continues to rise. Brian?
Trey, real quick, before we get to General Spalding, is it true that the talks are still on track? This did not affect the talks as extensively as with Hamas?
Yeah, I can tell you Israeli officials are not optimistic about the outcome of these conversations because Hamas is already rejecting what's on the table. They say they want the terms that were set forward in July. Well, now it's August and things have changed. Right. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not willing to move forward on the Philadelphia corridor, this key strip of land between Egypt and Gaza that is currently at the center of the disagreements.
Understood. Thanks, Trey. Appreciate it. Let's bring in retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Rob Spalding. General, your reaction to the preemptive strike first that Israel decided to do over the weekend. As we take a look at this map, I mean, look at the areas in which they hit. They said over 200 targets, 100 jets, and drones. Your reaction to this maneuver?
Well, I think it was a smart thing to do. There's the Lebanese Hezbollah have a lot more weapons, so I don't think it's going to completely brunt it. But I also want to credit all of our forces in the region. I think that's had a deterrent effect.
Let's take a look at our forces in the region. It's costing us a lot of money, but man, is it impressive. We
Well, I mean, I think the thing that we have to understand is Iran is talking to China, is talking to Russia. They're all talking. What they're talking about is the depletion of our reserves. You don't know this, but the Chinese have been quietly shutting down material that we need to make our weapons. So the Raytheon CEO says we don't go to war without China. And as we expend these munitions here in the regions, if Israel's using a lot of them, Ukraine's using them in Europe, you're going to see us really not be able to respond anymore.
Well, that's the first time I'm hearing this. What elements are you talking about? What metals?
Well, there's super abrasives. There's also materials for making weapons and for making electronics that we use in the military. These things are quietly starting to be shut down, and I think that's going to be a challenge for us going forward because, again, we have typically gone to war in the last 30 years with China as our resource.
I imagine the Pentagon's looking at alternate substitutes to get this elsewhere.
Years to rekindle this. So I mean, this fact that it's good, we stopped the brunt of this attack this time. But guess what? We're not going to have the reserves when it comes in the future.
All right. So things are heating up in the Middle East right today. In 3 years since 13 service members lost their lives in Afghanistan at Abbey Gate, in one of the biggest debacles in history. Your comment on that?
Well, it's just emblematic. We should have known at the time that it was emblematic of the lack of strategy of this administration. 3 years, we could have done a lot with that.
We could have. It would have been great that we had a president that listened to one of his generals because they all testified that they cautioned him against this. He says they never did. We never got to the bottom of it. We also see the other war that's costing us money but not soldiers, and that is the Ukraine war. Ukraine goes into Kursk. They've taken 200
2,000 prisoners, yet Russia's still making some progress on the line. How significant was this move into Russia?
It's really frightening if you think about it. I mean, we are probably on the closest we've been to nuclear war since the Cold War. I think we need to really look at that and look at that incursion and see it for what it is, which is a provocation of Russia, who's in a very extreme nuclear power.
Yeah, we'll see. They keep having a red line, and Ukraine keeps pushing that. Thanks so much, General. Appreciate it.
Okay, that's that. I did not realize the whole China and needing materials for nuclear capabilities. I thought that was very interesting.
Well, I was saying for like electronics and things he was talking about.
There was something
No, we
regarding
talked
their
about
nuclear.
reserves, that we won't have reserves in the future.
It's just materials that they use.
Material to make weapons.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a problem.
absolutely.
Okay, I was like, that is a problem, right? Okay, 100. So maybe just send me a message of
That's
100.
potentially a big problem.
That's why, yeah, that's why when I saw that interview, hold on, let me save out the interview. Sorry. My phone keeps running this dry.
That's why it makes so much sense. It's going to take, they noted in the interview, it's going to take some time, but it makes sense to, as quickly as possible, decouple our economy and Western economies in general from China, in particular when it comes to essential items, right? We saw the similar situation when it came to COVID, right? Where all these things were in super high demand, and it turned out that much of our supply, and even for some of the pharmaceuticals, whatever, that not related to, directly related to COVID, coming from China. That is not a good idea, right? If you're gonna, you should do a combination of onshoring and then sort of what they call whatever ally shoring, right? So between your own country, and America's got a ton of natural resources, not everything, but a ton. Between your own country, in this case our own country, and then closely allied nations, you should try to get all your essentials from there. And if you want to get some tchotchkes from China or whatever, Bangladesh, fine, but you don't want to be reliant on them for rare earth minerals or super adhesives or whatever else that you need when it comes to wartime. It's obviously they're not going to be eager to ship it to you.
You should
Right.
So, have you guys watched Chip Roy playing the body cam footage from the cop in the response to what he said? Have you guys heard that yet? Fred, did you watch that?
Which cop? Which what again?
Did you watch Chip Roy sharing the footage? Hold on.
To the Honorable Chip Roy for 10 minutes.
Hold on. It's about
Florida, Mr. Bell, thank my colleagues here. Thank you, gentlemen, for testifying here today. And I asked my staff, they'd put the map up here on the board. And if you would please, the technology folks, would you please play the shooter on route behind President Trump angle video?
Yeah, I know this. Good.
Queued up, and we start to play it. I'm gonna ask you some questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Bongino. Trying through the question which is whether or not the failures here that we're all observing, everybody agrees there was failure, almost catastrophic failure, and certainly catastrophic for Mr. Comparator and his family. But was there more? Was there willful blindness here? So if you could cue up the video, that'd be great. They've got that queued up. If they don't, then I'm just going to go ahead and proceed. Beyond the president, you can see the shooter moving across the room. Now, I look at this as someone who is a prosecutor, worked in the attorney's office, worked in the attorney general's office, not as someone who is a sniper like Mr. Mills or Mr. Crane or the Secret Service. But to be very clear, the perimeter, the building he shot from is outside of the perimeter. And the video we see, we can see him clearly just a mere 130 yards away. So here's the setup that I want to ask. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Bongino. Do you believe that you can just chalk up to mere incompetence that the Secret Service did not attend the 9 o'clock meeting for scheduling purposes? They literally just didn't attend. Can you chalk up, and I'm going to go down the list and jump in. Can you chalk up to mere incompetence the conversations about the communications that we talked about before? We have a body present, and they were using the cell phone, and they did not retrieve the radios, as Mr. Higgins has reported. Can you chalk it up to mere incompetence that they identified crooks about an hour ahead of time, and that President Trump was never removed from the stage? They didn't delay, they didn't hold him back, they didn't remove him from the potential danger. That the perimeter did not include the buildings around over here, and to the extent, should there have been a perimeter that was farther out, to the extent the perimeter wasn't farther out, that they at least make sure the building wasn't covered. Is that just incompetence? Is it just incompetence that there was a drone being flown and the drone was turned down by the Secret Service? Was it just incompetence that the shooter had a drone, as the FBI director testified in front of the House Judiciary Committee, that he literally had flying within a couple hundred feet of the stage the same day, mere hours before the shooting? Is it just incompetence what we're hearing now about the whistleblower saying that there were no canines? Was it just incompetence that there wasn't sufficient policing along the security border? Was it just incompetence that there was allegedly an abandoning of the post due to heat? That there was supposed to be someone on top of the roof and that they didn't get on the roof because it was too hot? Is it just incompetence that there was additional security requests turned down according to the memos that we saw out of Senator Josh Hawley, and encouraging agents not to request additional requests? And was it just incompetence what we saw with respect to the police body footage, which I'll play here in just a second, if we can cue up the police body footage video, where you've got the local police talking about what they said to the Secret Service. If you want to play that video real quick, and then I want you to respond. Bodies are good. Hold them. Give me the host, the guy over here. I told him that the Secret Service. I told him that who's it? I told him the guys over here. I don't want that to show what? No. We're not. I'll call 1. Okay, that's good. Thank you all. I told him the guys over here. Can you respond to that? Can you respond to that question? Because that's what the American people want to know.
You know, Congressman, if you had just ended with your first statement and said, well, we may have screwed up the perimeter, you could maybe attribute it to ignorance. Layered incompetence always means intent, correct? So, I'll give you an example. You're in a mall parking lot, it's 97 degrees, and you leave a kid in there, and you close the door. Did they intend to kill the kid? Probably not. But how stupid do you have to be to do that? So in Secret Service training, you're basically taught a ring-based system. Don't think of it as rings. Think of it as a three-dimensional ring, like a bubble with rings. So you got this circle, but it's three-dimensional above and below. In that outer ring, again, this is Secret Service 101, Charlie Brown Encyclopedia stuff. This isn't like advanced level PDC.
Charlie Brown Encyclopedia.
In that outer ring, you have police officers. That outer ring is out to about 1,000 yards.
Gotta love Guandino.
I love him.
Proficient sniper can hit. Why was the perimeter set? Again, absolute total incompetence. But then factor in the other things, and I just want to add a few on. How is it that a counter surveillance unit whose actual job is to detect, to counter surveillance, that's what they do. They're the best at what they do. We asked the question during the conversation we had earlier. How is it that they missed this guy roaming around with the police officers clearly using their good law enforcement instincts that we've got a problem? The answer is because they weren't there. Is that incompetence or is that shut? No. How did you not have a roof line 130 yards away secured when you're taught day one in Secret Service training that the effective range of a really quality sniper is out to 1,000 yards? How did you not have a drone? Not only did you not have a drone, again, this is where we get to the shutting the door at 97 degrees and pretending you didn't know. It was offered. They offered you a drone. It's unforgivable. And just think of the rings quickly, and I'll wrap this up. So in the outer ring, you have police officers, you have counter surveillance, and you have a protective intelligence team. Protective intelligence team is trained to go and find threats. They miss it. There's no counter surveillance team. The cops catch it, but because the comms break down, they miss it. In that middle perimeter, you have what they call post standers. Post standers they're not DTV agents. They're field office agents. They're not Donald Trump detail agents. Those guys were not even Secret Service. They were HSI, most of them, who were great guys and were fantastic. But that's not what they do. If you grab me as a former Secret Service guy and said, hey, Dan, can you go do a Homeland Security investigation? No, that's not what I learned. We are training Secret Service agents to do protection, so we don't have to use other entities that don't do protection. So that's the middle perimeter. So that breaks down. The inner perimeter, as you just saw, Benji played that video. Envision that as what we would call the shift, the body guys, right? He's got a shift around them and supervisors. Everyone missed that guy crawling across the roof when he defeated the external, the middle, and the internal perimeter. You shut the door in 97 degrees. I'm sorry. Layered intent, layered incompetence like that is absolutely intent.
I've got another question on that, but I just want to ask you, Mr. Prince, real quick. Do you have any relatively short comment on that? Can you dismiss all of this as sheer incompetence?
The question I want to have answered is,
Derek Prince.
If other counter-sniper agents, officers, saw...
hold on. Commercial.
Laying in a prone position with a rifle pointed at the President of the United States, do they have authorization to take a shot immediately, or do they have to get permission? Because if the Secret Service wasn't there and they were laying at a stakeout for a bank robbery, would they have to get permission if they saw means and intent to murder someone? I don't understand why any of the other officers didn't engage sooner.
Mr. Schaefer, do you have any comment on that in terms of the engagement and the rules of engagement that were in place?
Yeah, absolutely. I can clarify that a little bit. So as a law enforcement sniper, we have a lot of responsibilities and inherited flexibility. One of those flexible procedures or statuses that we incur is known as compromised authority. Compromised authority in the law enforcement sense basically lays out the requirements for a deadly force response. And in that point in time, based on all the prerequisites that were identified and all the checks in the boxes that were made, Mr. Crooks sort of met that level or that threshold.
I'll let some experts on that subject follow up on that. I think there's probably some more follow up there. I just want to ask one last question in my last minute of time. Mr. Bongino, we talked about this before. I have seen credible information, the extent to which the shooter had significant explosives that were sophisticated. Beyond that, you expect some 20-year-olds to put together. And then he had sophisticated detonation devices on his person, or a sophisticated detonation device. And importantly, that his digital footprint is completely MIA, that his digital footprint is missing. And that how can a 20-year-old in today's time have no digital footprint? So do you have any thoughts on that, any comments on that? And that'll be my last question.
Well, 4 years of doing protective intelligence investigations with the Secret Service interviewed probably hundreds of people who have credibly threatened our protectees. I've never seen anything like it. If you would have told me it was a 60-year-old guy who lived most of his life without a computer and for the last 10 years has been planning this, hard to believe, but digestible. You're telling me a 20-year-old kid who's grown up in the digital era figured this out when he was, 13? To never get an online presence? We've seen nothing. Nothing. We're now 6 weeks in. There's not a Facebook photo. You know, it's incredible. We know every single thing about these shooting incidents when there's a political narrative to be had by the media and the other stuff. We do. You know who the girlfriend was. Sadly, you know everything about these people. We know nothing about this guy. And sophisticated explosives. We have this massive law enforcement bureaucracy. No one's got him with an online search history in a library saying, how do I build this? He's 20 years old. It just defies logic. I can tell you, again, 4 years doing these exact investigations, never, ever seen or heard anything like this in my life.
Thank you so much. And you can set up fast, gamer ready, Spectrum Internet in minutes.
So bad. It's so bad.
It's insane how bad it is.
There's no way that
there was
zero.
How can any one of us erase our like, it's nearly impossible to erase your footprint.
He was working with somebody or some entity. There's no question about it. There's no question about it. Will we ever know the truth? Will we ever know the truth? Probably not. But there's no way that a kid set up explosives, sophisticated explosives, without help. Now, it could have been YouTube help. It could have been the Encyclopedia of Anarchist help. It could have been I want to be an Antifa, guy help.
Right.
But somebody helped him do this. He didn't have the capability to research and develop explosive systems and defeating, even with all the negligence, and I'll stay away from the conspiracy theories for now. We can bring Ash up for those. But,
Ash?
I don't know. You never know where Ash is. But he's probably fighting with some dissent somewhere.
I'm calling him right now. Come. That is hilarious.
But it's not feasible to
do all that threat anonymously. It does not.
You did hear that like 5 of the Secret Service people that worked that day have been now put on suspended leave. And
well, now it's the cover up, right? They got to cover up the cover.
Yeah, and apparently there was an order that was given to them prior to that day. Do not order any additional assets at all. Nothing. Do not request anything more than we're giving you for that day. Now, I'm not saying that they planned a conspiracy to get some shot, but they did the bare minimum. The bare minimum.
It's look, Bongino on his show today, and he has a whistleblower saying that they were engaged with the Secret Service was engaged or investigating the J6 bomber. And 2 hours after they were interviewing people, they were told to stand down. And his theory is that this was plan A, right? If everybody didn't break into the Capitol and turn it into a mess, somebody was going to turn this into a mess by saying that there were bombs there. They got 3 things. They've got the Coke incident, they've got the J6 incident, the Secret Service, and they're wiping out of all their techs. The same day as J6, they had a software upgrade. Okay. It just doesn't work. And now they have this issue. And the goal is going to be, we got to protect sources and methods. We got to hide this from the public. And my grandchildren will be asking questions about this, God willing, one day. Because that's when it'll come out. They will never tell the public what really went on in any of these 3 situations. And that poor woman that resigned, and I don't feel that particularly bad for her. She was incompetent and was given a job that she had no business being in, this Cheeto. She's the fall guy, right? She knew all of what was going on, or she was told this was an operation or what have you, and you're not going to.
That's a moron. Was a moron.
The fall guy first got his head blown off on that roof.
Well, that's obvious, but internally, that woman was put through the ringer by the boys, if you will, and the girls that made some nasty decisions behind closed doors that they thought perhaps was in the best interest of the country long term, and they got a guy killed, and they got 2 guys killed.
Yeah, I found a really comprehensive video analysis that I put up in the nets that was very well done. Where you can actually see Crooks getting on the roof, and then they flew a drone, on the path that he took, running across the roof to get into position. You can see him throw his backpack up there and the whole 9 yards. And then when you couple that with the testimony, the after incident report of the ESU units, the local Butler, Pennsylvania group, as well as the adjacent county snipers, and what they were doing and what they were told and where they were at in their positions, it's not, how how would I say this? I mean, it's not unreasonable to just believe that the local police department was taking advantage of the local police forces, by creating a security perimeter that was so close. If I was outside that security perimeter that they set up, I could take a slingshot, and hit Trump in the head from the fence where the Secret Service perimeter ended and where local police were to pick up the security on the other side of it, especially with the AGR building. But the two snipers that were up on that second floor were told by their supervisor to conceal themselves, to set their rifles back, so you couldn't see their rifles, and to take up concealed positions in the second floor. There was none of this business about they were on the slope roof or the roof was too hot or this, that, and the other. They were specifically instructed to do that, whereas you can see on the flip side of that, Secret Service counter sniper teams are on the roof, highly visible, usually very, very visible at these types of events, because they want any potential threat to see them, see that there is a visible counter sniper capability available. So, you couple all these things together. Anyway, just take a look at that video if you're interested, and I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, cool. I got a comment about the debates here. I've been doing a little research. But first, let me make sure nobody's talking right now. I can't hear them.
No, it's quiet. Go ahead. And I see Matt was waiting for a second. Could you hold on, Civic? Let Matt go real quick. Sorry, Matt, go ahead. Matt, you there?
Civic had his hand up before I got pulled up. So
you sure? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Civic. Sorry.
Well, no, go ahead, because I'm going to actually shift back to the debate for a second. If you had a comment on this, keep it on the same topic. About the assassination attempt.
Well,
actually, I have two different comments going on right now. One related to this comment that it is definitely a three-letter involvement. There's no way you can do Black Ops without having it done, and especially since the autopsy of it and everything happened so fast, the true identity of their operative, they wanted to keep it concealed. So I can definitely see it being an inside job somewhere down the line. And to cause plausible deniability, they go way deep, where they go, okay, I don't want to know the details, just get it done so I have plausible deniability. We've seen it everywhere. If you actually pay attention to history and all these other things going on. So it's very highly plausible that people made sure that this was going to happen, and if he failed, he was going to lose his life, and he failed and lost his life in the process. And then I have a second one, but that deals with our minerals and stuff like that, so I can wait on that one, unless you want me to continue.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, and then with the second one, with all the minerals and everything else we have, we are fully capable to be self-efficient. The only thing stopping us from doing that is the fact that big government has pushed out possibly doing our industry. So that's the reason why we're set back on being able to do it without China or anything like that, is because we are anti-infrastructure right now, where we're not building the material in-house. We have the material in the ground. We know where it's at. Everything. The only thing is we much rather rely on China because it's cheaper. Well, the only reason why it's cheaper is because we tax the shit out of everything we do.
It's a little deeper than that. It's we don't want to destroy our environment while we can destroy Afghanistan's environment, where there's a tremendous amount of rare earth minerals. We don't want to destroy Colorado. I don't like destroying Colorado. I love Colorado. I don't want to destroy Nevada. That's and we don't want to destroy Nevada. And we don't. Here, go ahead, Fred. That's and we don't want to trade people, and we don't. Yeah, go ahead, Faye. I apologize, Faye. Take over.
We're already getting destroyed in Nevada just because of Australian and Canadian mining conglomerates, and we put U.S. It's not just about China, right? And Nevada's a good example of that, Fred. So mostly Australian and Canadian mining conglomerates came into Nevada and absolutely took the steer, and it's kind of sucks because the American mining companies all went out of business for the most part.
That's a good point. American land's being exploited by foreign mining companies. Yeah.
It's just kind of a thing I was going to make, like, I'm totally back on whatever he's saying, but it's not just China. It's like our politicians said, people used to say things like America first, people didn't like that, or, hey, buy American, people didn't like that. Where these kind of like, Democrat Tommy Dick sucks have this idea of like, let's just go anything but American. Not buy American, not even let's do fair trade or anything else. Like, let's just do anything but American. And it's kind of annoying. I'm done. I'm going back to shutting up for a bit.
All right, who was next?
Sorry. Civic, go ahead.
Yeah, cool. It's nice to have like a different comment. Like Fred, you're so funny, Fred, man. I like your commentary on like pushing back on people. It's pretty cool. You got pushed back on a little bit there, which was pretty good, about foreign mining companies exploiting the U.S. Did you want to comment on that at all before I get back to the debate discussion?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. They're all regulated to death where they can't do anything anyhow. So even if they're trying to mine in Nevada or wherever we have minerals in New Mexico, this administration specifically puts the clamps on them. And because it's so expensive to mine in the United States, and what I mean expensive, not in terms of money, although it's very expensive in terms of money because of the labor force here and the way the OSHA works and things like that, which we want to protect people, we understand that. It's so expensive in time. The amount of time that it takes to get the approvals to do things like mining that are aggressive to the environment, make it incompatible for a company to turn a profit. Whereas you can go to Nambia, where they do a tremendous amount of rare earth mineral and uranium mining and things like that. You pay off a few people and you get kids 13 to 15 to come work for $1 a day, and there's no regulatory problems. And then you just mine and do what you got to do. And that has been, Jake Novak put a post to Senator Blumenthal. Maybe you shouldn't bring up wars. And Blumenthal doesn't mind wars as long as they're in Israel or in the Ukraine. He doesn't care about wars. He likes wars as long as they're not in America. Same thing with mining. We like mining as long as it's in, Malaysia.
Yeah, but they could have done a ton of mining in Afghanistan, and they left it all for the Chinese. Why? They left all the natural minerals.
That was.
I don't understand. If we had full access, we're paying them $90 million a month right now, literally in suitcases, dropping off the cash. We got $85 billion worth of our trucks. I can tell you this: in Israel, to buy a car is so expensive. Had Israel gotten the option to even pay half of the price of what the trucks were in Afghanistan, they would have written a check to the United States and been like, hey, we'll take all your pickup trucks. We've got all these kids that want to buy cars. Cars are literally unaffordable in Israel. It's just so expensive. It's like 150,000 shekels for a regular car. Forget about like anything like an SUV. And I just don't get it. They would have found a way. Forget about Elon Musk, like fly them out or something. Just makes more sense if you could have sold it. What?
Yeah, they could fly the big transports out, with all the rare earth minerals, They don't even have
just at least pick up the minerals. If you're going to give them $90 million, say, but China was having a problem, right, with getting stuff out of there now? I think they can't handle the Taliban and all that stuff.
Well, it's also,
I
it's
thought-
also difficult mining, from what I understand, in Afghanistan, from a skirt perspective and all that, so it's not the easiest, access to these, minerals.
We could have found a way at $9 million a month that we've been giving them since the Bidens pulled out of there.
Yeah. Well, Fred, also, the world's most polluting mine, right, is just dumping into the Arctic. It's on U.S. soil. It's a Canadian mining conglomerate. It's a Canadian company. But the thing is, they have a deal with the tribes. So it's on tribal land. World's most polluting mine, man. It's just outrageous. This is not, the fact it's being exploited on tribal land in the U.S. by a Canadian company, it just drives me insane, pisses me off. They're just polluting the hell out of it. But I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, at least implement some safer practices, but anyway. And start getting ripped off, right?
It just
All right,
makes
look,
no
guys,
sense.
I found out some really interesting stuff. I was diving into the debate for a bit. It looks like after this second debate, which is really a first debate with Harris, sticking to the same schedule, they would have a debate in New York City with Margaret Brennan and Nora O'Donnell as the moderators. It's already been agreed to.
Oh no, Margaret
it's like-
Brennan, she's
What
the
date
worst.
is that, sir?
Huh?
What date would that be?
The date is to be announced, but it will be following. That's just like what they agreed to with Biden, right? But that's kind of what.
Well, geez, like-
Go look at how Margaret Brennan interviewed Netanyahu.
So many people in this world. It's unbelievable. Honestly, Clubhouse has. I guess I've gotten conditioned by Clubhouse people to enjoy filming them, recording them more because it's more personal. Because it's like you have ongoing feuds with people. On X, I don't really know any of the speakers.
Yeah, the honeymoon's over. DNC is over. The honeymoon's over for her. It's just over.
Yeah, but it would be a Biden-Harris issue because Biden has the plausible deniability of the fact that he can't remember how to tie his own shoes.
No, but the thing is, like, and I'm asking honestly to everybody, and ask everybody that's around you, what has Kamala Harris done that you like as VP, and what?
Okay, I didn't know.
He also announced today, Shauna, that he wants to, he will have another branch of the military formed, and it will be called the Space Force National Guard. I don't know what that does for anything or anybody, but I think he's out of his mind.
Oh, dude, I hope he's just wanting to protect the space world above America. How awesome would that be?
Well, how do you get Bob the Builder from Omaha, Nebraska, who's a plumber, who does the National Guard on weekends? How you gonna shoot his ass up to the moon, bro?
How are you gonna not do it at that point? That sounds awesome.
What's up, old Raj?
Jay, are you saying,
Jackie, how-
are you,
Sir, hope you're doing well. Donna?
sorry, old Rob, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just saying hey to Jay. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go back to it.
So are you saying that he's adding a title to the space thing, or it's a secondary under the Space Force?
I believe it's a secondary under the Space Force, but Shauna, is this even a reality that we're going to get some plumber from Nebraska in the Space Force?
Well, I would think that, you said it was the Space Force what, Guard?
National
I think
Guard.
that, National Guard, so I think it would be a whole different division of the National Guard, right? Because federal, National Guard, each state has them.
Glad I'm actually thankful Lion helped me find this house because the way our bathroom is set up is in our room, so I have to go that far to go to the bathroom.
So did you use the PSR test?
Thank you, baby. Well, so what ended up happening, this is how I found out that I had it. The baby yesterday, the youngest, about 7 o'clock, I called Lion, like I'm in distress. He had to make a run, and I called him and I FaceTime him. I'm like, look at the baby. The baby's eyes were so swollen that they were damn near shut and like just watering. And I'm like, I don't know what happened. I'm like, the only thing different is I gave him a new decongestant, so I was thinking he was having an allergic reaction.
Decongestant!
So he met me at the pediatric urgent care with the baby, and of course I'm already starting to feel like crap. So when we get back to see the pediatrician, they took his vitals and stuff, and they're like, it's not an allergic reaction, but they went ahead and gave him Zyrtec just to be on the safe side. The doctor wasn't. So Adrian, it's a multi-symptom decongestant, but the baby he's almost 4. So the medicine is for 4 and up.
How old the kids is?
Well, we know who Adrian is.
You already
but anyway.
No, that ain't the same age.
You had a 10-year-old that's on DR.
So anyway, you did. Yeah. So long story short, I went ahead and had them test him for flu and COVID just to be on the safe side. Come back, and of course he's positive. And my youngest, y'all know, because y'all hear him all the time, he's always under me. So I know I have it. So I get home and I'm like, the body aches just ensue. Get the baby to bed, and then this morning I wake up and Lion's like, are you okay? And I'm like, I feel like it. So I ordered a home test and I took it, and y'all, it didn't even take 30 seconds for it to come up positive. So, yeah.
I kind of expect that for families who got like kids, like especially going to school and stuff. Soon as school go back, you already know it's sick time.
Nasty ass kids.
Them passed a bill to where they are a refuge for gender
I get it. I mean, it's just I cringe when she laughs when nobody else does. But I'm voting for you anyway. It doesn't matter.
I appreciate you all, Rod, but I declined the nomination. There's much better people on the stage right now that can do a better job than me showing up. Warren, Hakeem, David.
Don't you dare.
You have one vote of record, Jay. One.
Make it 2. Jay gets my vote as well.
You have votes, Jay. 2 total.
If elected. That's more than Kamala.
2-0, Jay. Jay wins.
Hey, I couldn't handle that responsibility. I tell you what, I would do everything I could to empower women in this country. That's what I would definitely do.
I agree, and I think a woman should be president. Not sure Kamala should be, but I mean, we're ready for a woman. There's no doubt about it.
Jay and Kamala have both been in the same industry.
And we can slice and dice her career and all that other stuff. But what's wrong with Kamala? Let's just keep it real.
Adrian
what's the issue with
that bastard.
I have a question for everybody in the room. If Biden resigned 6 months ago in the primary, would
they're
come
gonna
out
totally
the winner
kick me.
if there was actual people voted?
Jay and Kamala have
No.
both been in the same industry. High class
She's
escorts.
an actress. She's got no policies.
No, she wouldn't. And I tell you, that's one of the issues I do have with the Democrats, is how she was anointed. I find it, for me at least, interesting that Obama took a few days to endorse her. He didn't come right out and say she's the one. I think he had to be coached into his endorsement. And I also, I'm not a poll person. I don't believe in polls. I think they're bullshit. But the 3 polls I saw today, she's winning nationally between 3 and 6 points. So
Pre-debate.
Oh, dude, I think the debate makes the whole election. If she does well, she wins. If he does well, she disappears.
That's why we need at least one.
I'm uncomfortable that she ends up, this is how it used to be in the 40s, 50s, 30s, where not necessarily the people elected them during the primaries. It got resolved at the convention, and this reminds me of the old school days of how it used to be. And I know you get the option to vote for her as president of the party. I get it. But she didn't go through a primary. And I don't know. I got a problem with it.
Well, Obama, who was in the room, Nancy Pelosi, when they told them they were going to vote the 25th election, you had to step down, 25th Amendment. You know, they wanted a small primary, and it was Biden that said no. And he saw the $250 million in the war chest that they'd have to give back if they didn't use Kalama. And that was donated to the Biden-Harris campaign. And she was on the ticket and she can use it. But if they got somebody else, that money would have to be returned and then donated again.
Well, speaking of money, David, I read today that her campaign has raised over $500 million. $500 million.
Yep. 81 million just during the DNC alone.
541 million.
I mean, how crazy is that? And, you know, for me, follow money. I think that money's might push her over the threshold to get into the White House. I know Pennsylvania's a dead heat. Michigan's a dead heat. Minnesota's a dead heat. All these states. But let me say hello to a few people real quick. Lauren, how you doing? Faith, V. Rohan, we see you, V. Rohan Howard. We got Ann Hero in the room. Matt Cool. Guys, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. I had this problem today because I saw Tulsi Gabbard, who was lambasting Trump just a few years ago as the second coming of the Antichrist, on stage supporting him today. I don't know who's worse, her or RFK Jr. You know, RFK Jr., what he did by that endorsement, he probably estranged himself from his family for the rest of their lives.
Didn't the vice president lambaste Trump? That's now on the ticket in 2016.
Yes.
Y'all remember when Kamala did that interview and they asked about her calling Joe a racist throughout the debates, and she was like, "It was a debate." She cackled all the time. I remember that. Peppered Farms remembers too.
Why worse, Jay? Why are Tulsi and RFK that are trying to provide unity? Why is that a bit?
It's just my opinion. Dr. McSager, I just got to mute you up because I get feedback. I'm sorry. It's just my opinion, Dr. Mick. Especially with RFK, bro. I mean, he comes from a political dynasty, right? And he's been a Democrat his whole life. And it seems to me like it's spoiled food for him. He didn't get to be on all the ballots, and he didn't get to be on he wouldn't be able to get on any debate stages. He was acting like a pestilent child and saying, you know what, fuck you, I'll go to the other side. What that says to me is everything he said prior to the endorsement was bullshit.
Well, Jay, what about, you guys were just complaining about how Kamala wasn't really elected, that they kind of just slipped her in because of the war chest. And then you're going to take RFK and be like, well, he tried his hardest and they just shoved him out. You wouldn't be upset about that?
I have a problem with how they anointed her. I do. I think you know what the problem for me is that whoever voted in the primary, their votes meant nothing, and they put this woman at the top of the ticket, and to me that's a problem. You know, anybody that voted for Biden or voted for anybody, whoever they voted for, bro, before that, you know, it meant nothing. What are our elections being, Will?
But, well, I mean, that's kind of my point. So if you take that and you stack it on the other stuff, the funding for Ukraine to continue on that, and the way they deal with Big Pharma, how they don't really, everything's paid for by them, and all the media question on RFK as soon as he came out and wanted to run. You don't think all of that, he's looking at the Democratic Party and being like, this doesn't look like the party that my father was. I mean, he said this in a speech. He's like, none of my father and my uncle would not be for this. How am I supposed to stand up and say I'm part of this party if they don't even want me here? So it makes more sense. And then he's going to shake hands with a New York Democrat. I mean, I know it's Trump, but on the conservative side, if you go into those rooms, half the conservatives are like, he's a Democrat. They don't like him because he's too much like the Democrats. So it makes sense to shake hands.
Well, Trump was a Democrat for 40 plus years.
That's my point.
Well, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish real quick. I never met Robert Kennedy. I never met John Kennedy. Maybe Norm did. I have no idea. But let me tell you something. They wouldn't like what Trump does either. I can't see John Kennedy for everything I've learned about him would support somebody like Donald Trump. And I guarantee you Robert Kennedy wouldn't either. I'm sorry, dude. If you build your platform for years and decades as a Democrat, and just because they didn't do what you wanted them to do or you needed them to do, you switch teams. Listen, Will, hold on. Bro, hold on. I'm from Brooklyn. Loyalty's not a word, it's a lifestyle, bro. You pick a side, you stay with that side. That's it. You take your L's and you move on.
That doesn't sound right at all. That means you can't think beyond outside your party lines. That doesn't sound strategic. That doesn't even sound intelligent. That if you signed up for a team or 6, all of a sudden you have to stick with that for the rest of your life. That makes no sense. And the fact that he's shaking hands with Trump, who is pretty much a Democrat, just tells you that the Overton window is moving more centrist. So if the Republicans are mad at Trump because he's too much like a Democrat, and the Democrats are mad at RFK because he's acting too much like a Republican, doesn't that mean we're just setting up a uniparty that seems dead center in the middle between the two?
I'll tell you what, and I said it earlier, and I say it respectfully, when you're the heir to a political dynasty, I'm sorry, you lose that right. You just do. You can't be a candidate and vote for Trump.
How is that
That's my
logical, Jay? How does that make sense?
Listen, it's in my crazy head, it makes sense. Norm, what do you think, Norman?
Didn't you just say the Bushes came out and said they're supporting Kamala?
I understand your position because we put the Kennedys on a pedestal, even with their flaws. And of course, part of that is because they were murdered. So they're frozen in that Camelot stance, that there were these perfect guys that we looked up to, and then they were murdered. But I don't know what to say now. We're in a kind of a transitional moment now, and what we used to think Democrat meant, as Bobby Kennedy said in that speech, I'm sure you heard that speech, right? Dave?
Yes.
He says he's against censorship. He feels like he's being censored. I'm afraid that he may be right. Speaking as a professional journalist, what I see happening in journalism right now is chilling me to my bone. I mean, his positions are crazy, so maybe what he's saying is that people didn't give me a platform because I am crazy. That may be true. Yeah, I'm only talking about his position on vaccinations. I don't know if anything else. Everything else seems to make sense. And then when he talks about chronic disease and vaccination, I think, okay, he's going off now into man from Mars stuff, that it just sounds like conspiracy theory craziness. So...
But no, let me ask you this, let me ask you this one. So today, Kofi Gabbard came out, I think it was today, maybe been yesterday, and she threw us 100% support behind Donald Trump. This is the same woman who literally just a couple years ago was calling him the Antichrist. And she's a Democrat. You have no issue with that?
No, I don't have an issue with it. I think we need to listen to these people. They're telling us this for a reason. I think they're telling us that our party is deeply corrupted and is going down the wrong path. When you hear, is it true? I mean, I just looked at the headline and I read a couple lines. That Kamala is advocating a dramatic change to the Supreme Court. I mean, they want to transform the country.
Yeah,
in their image.
Yeah, they want to appoint Supreme Court justices every 2 years, which would expand the Supreme Court. The current justices would stay in place for 18 years, but this would pack the court.
This is not a unique idea to her. This has gone on since FDR, Woodrow Wilson. I can go back to Roosevelt.
Unique or not, it's a fundamental change to the fabric of the country, and I deeply mistrust it. It's a naked power grab.
It's not unique.
I never said it was unique. Nothing unique is not the problem. The problem is that it's a power grab. It's destructive and corrupt. That's the problem.
Well, let me ask the question, or maybe you can answer, David or Pardon, or Shauna. Even Shauna's an attorney, maybe she can answer this. But is it true, and I'm trying to get clarity on this, that whoever is the president can sign an executive order and make it happen just like that? No. I signed a piece, but
No, because there's something called Marbury v. Madison. And Marbury v. Madison decided early on in the nation's history that the Supreme Court was the ultimate arbiter of what's constitutional and what isn't. So if the president made an executive order that was unconstitutional, they would be able to rule it unconstitutional, unacceptable. These guys aren't taking issue with the actual decisions that the Supreme Court has made. They just want a different judicial philosophy. They want their judicial philosophy.
I think it's gone from 3 to 5 to 7 to 9. This is nothing.
What has?
The Supreme Court. I think it started out in 3 under George Washington. It's gone from 3 to 5, 7 to. This is nothing.
I'm not sure why that has anything to do with anything.
I'm telling you, it's changed. Things change.
Yeah, it changed 240 years ago. Great. Now they're trying to change it in a way that's a blatant power.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Oh, it's not?
Gone from 3 to 5 to 7 to 9 over a period. I think it was 7 in World War I. This is nothing new, guys. I mean,
how long ago was World War I? Maybe, I don't know. How long ago was World War I?
100 years ago.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, but that's if you look.
So now we're on the same. Now we're back on the same page again.
If you look historically, this is nothing new. Now I get it; it's radical.
No, actually, the problem is not.
I looked it up for us, Norm. I looked it up for us.
I wasn't doing. No, he's trying to derail the conversation. It has nothing to do with the fact that this was 200 years ago.
Is it
what it has to do with is that this administration is finding the decisions of the Supreme Court unacceptable. So they want to change the Supreme Court, not to make it more fair, not to make it more just, but because they don't like it. And that is corruption. That is dangerous as hell.
First time in history this has happened.
It's irrelevant whether it's the first time or the second. It's irrelevant. It's been this way for 100 years for a reason. That's like saying it's not the first time that we changed from cars to horses. Yeah, we don't have horses anymore.
So if it's something you disagree with, it's radical? Is that what it is? If it's something you don't...
I didn't say any of that. I said it's a blatant power grab. That's what I said.
All right, guys, everybody hold on. Everybody hold on for a second.
I'm asking your question. Is it...
No, Roger, I get it. I promise we'll give you a second, but let me just say all the ones we wrote. What's up?
Good to see you, Jake. Glad y'all are having these rooms still. What a crazy, crazy America we're in. So I did look it up just to stay on track. I agree 100% with El Normo on this. The reason they want to stack the court or pack the court, whatever they call it, with 1,000 people if they can, it is a power grab. And they think that they'll... I mean, look at how the Electoral College works. And you'll kind of start... If your brain works a little bit like mine, if you look how the Electoral College works, you'll understand why they want to do the Supreme Court this way. 1 second, buddy. In 1869, the Judiciary Act fixed the number of justices at 9, and there hasn't been any changes since 1869. The reason they want to change it is because, well, y'all know why. El Normo just explained it to it.
Well, let me jump in here real quick before anybody comes off mic. So, I don't see what Donald Trump did as stacking the Supreme Court. Ruth Bader Ginsburg could have retired and not held on. And then you could have had Obama pick somebody. But she held on. And he did his job. There were 2 openings, or was it 3? Whatever it was, he filled them. So, I don't think he stacked the court. But, listen, I get what Roger's saying. Roger's saying this is nothing new. This has been going on in America for hundreds of years. One party tries to stack the court. I think the problem with the Supreme Court is there's no mechanisms in place to check the Supreme Court. Now, Sean he's a lawyer. She can speak on this. That's just my opinion.
I want to jump in real quick. Brian talked about this one day, and he was actually okay with packing the court as long as it was done over a period of time. The way she's talking about, he was saying how all of them want to preside over the cases, how they swap in and out, and how senior judges. I forgot how he described it, but he didn't see it as something nefarious or evil. He was actually okay with it.
Well, let me jump in real quick. So, Dottie Me personally, I think RFK Jr. is out of his mind. I think he's crazy. I don't know anything about endangering children. I don't know where that came from. But my advice is don't argue with Victoria because she's never going to change her mind. So, Rod, do you want to jump in here? Nope. Okay.
No, I'm okay, Jay. You've surmised pretty well.
Thank you. Part of Will, Jack.
Yeah, overall, if it was Trump saying he wanted to set the Supreme Court thing up every 2 years, do you think Democrats would be all for it?
I think it's radical.
No matter who proposes it.
Well, if Donald Trump did this, it's the next level radical, and you know, he's trying to take over the country, he's trying to be the king, all this other nonsense. So, you know, my thing is, listen, I'm not a Trump supporter, I'm not a Biden or Harris supporter. I try to stay right in the middle, but we survived 4 years of Trump. He didn't take over the country. He tried. It didn't happen. So all the Trump asking that he wants to do this, he wants to be the king, it's all bullshit.
Didn't he try January 6th a little bit?
And Pence's story, who doesn't support him right now?
Say that one more time, David.
And asking Pence to ratify an election that he couldn't constitutionally do? And Pence does not support him right now?
To not ratify the election.
Sorry, I said it backwards.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, I guess he could have done it. It was a stupid idea. It was a wrong idea. I mean, it would have been the wrong thing to do. Yeah.
Well, Pence was asked 6 months ahead of time and did a lot of research. He didn't just decide that day.
I didn't know he was asked 6 months ahead of time.
Of course he was. Trump was working on him for a long time.
Why do you say of course he was?
Well, it's well known.
It's not well known, but I didn't know.
Didn't they change
Talking
it?
more. Isn't it easy? I mean, Pence talked about having to have judicial scholars educate him and see what was possible. And he went to people that knew more than him, and they said no.
They did.
Well, I want to ask Sean.
Why would they have asked him 6 months in advance whether he could choose to not certify the election?
They wanted to know how he felt about it. They didn't want to know that.
Why were they even contemplating that?
Because they were worried about the election being stolen. But hold on one second, John. They were worried about the election being stolen. Hold on one second, because I want to ask Sean a question. She's an attorney, so he knows more than me. So, what happened on January 6th? You think that was illegal?
There's 4 points to what happened on January 6th. The Supreme Court granted him immunity on 2 and sent 2 back down to the D.C. Circuit Court, and she has to determine whether or not those were legal. One of them was whether his conversation with Pence was as vice president or his conversation with Pence was as the, what's the word? Something of the Senate or of the Congress.
President of the Senate is the vice president's position.
Right, but no, he's vice president. So when Trump talked to Pence, was he talking to him as his vice president or was he talking to him as the president of the Senate? That is in the Supreme Court ruling, and that is what sorry, let me turn the news off again. Come on up. That is what the district court judge has to determine, and the briefs have been turned in on that. So it's going to depend on what she says. I mean, it is going to go back up again. It's going to end up in the Supreme Court again because, Trump is going to file an appeal. Or Jack Smith will file an appeal, just like, I don't know if any of you know, but today Jack Smith officially filed an appeal in Florida against Eileen Cannon with the 11th Circuit. I've read, I'd say, an eighth of it until I just wasn't feeling well enough. So what more do you want from me with regard to January 6th? I mean, I think what happened January 6th is an absolute disgrace, personally. Whether it was Trump or anybody else.
Do you think he should be held liable for it?
Well, they tried. Well, they tried, but the parts of it, yes, definitely. I think what he did to Pence was as the president of the Senate, not as the vice president. And if that is the case, then that was not within his official duties, and he should be held liable for that.
What do you say Shauna knows for sure that they cheated in an election? What's their course of action for that point? Well, so a lot of people that showed up to January.
Who were
Whoever,
Yeah, they thought the election was
whoever, if you know the United States presidential election was wrong, cheated, whatever you want to call it. What steps do we have? We don't have any.
No, that's not true. So let me get this, you guys. No, El Normo and all, let me answer this, okay? Here's your perfect, and it was Wesley, I believe, that was asking this question. Al Gore and Bush. You take it to the courts. You don't go around and get tape recorded asking people to find extra votes or to change votes or to do what he did in Nevada where they've all been arrested.
He didn't ask them to change votes. And when you say find, it sounds like he was trying to find something that wasn't there. He thought the votes were there. That's in the phone conversation. He thought that the votes had happened.
Wait a second,
And yes, he did 100% ask them to change votes.
Who?
Yeah, hold on, counsel, hold on a second. No, hold on a second. Let me just say this, and then you can have the mic for as long as you like. All the cases against Donald Trump, and I don't care what anybody says, is self-inflicted. Banging porn stars while you're married, I thought that case was for Gacy, but he was found guilty. The D.C. case, he got on that podium and said, I will meet you down there, and then he went back to the White House, had McDonald's with Diet Coke and put his feet up. Well, the Congress was on fire, right? Self-inflicted. You don't tell a mob, I'll meet you down there, and just walk away. The Georgia case, he got on the phone and said, find me whatever, 12,000 votes. Why is he on the phone? Why doesn't he have one of his underlings do it? Why does he have to get on the phone? The Florida case, bro, all he had to do was hand back the documents. And I don't hear Biden did the same thing. You know what? Biden also handed back the documents when he was requested.
And they gave
Biden also handed back the, don't forget though that Biden also handed back the documents when he wasn't requested, when they were found the first time before, at the, was the University of Pennsylvania, where his, he had a teaching office or something. As soon as those were found, those were turned in.
Yeah, but he wasn't
7 years
president
later,
when he took it either, though.
Why does he get to do that? It's against the law. There's no reason why he was able to keep those documents. Why wasn't he charged? The special prosecutors.
Because he turned everything in.
No, that's not
So-
right. That doesn't.
so if you
steal
break the
something,
law
you
and
give
turn
it back.
yourself
That doesn't
in.
mean you didn't steal it.
But he didn't steal it. That's the thing. We don't know how he got it because it was so
Someone-
fucking long ago.
Someone
But when
got it.
Donald
They
Trump,
had them illegally.
yeah, but how do you justify that
Hold on.
when the
Sean,
document?
hold on 1 second. I'm going to give you the mic right now. But everybody mute up, please. Guys, we have a one mic policy. When the lady's speaking, let her speak, and then you can come back. Trust me, be strong. Just stand on the square. Yeah, Sean.
When you are requested to return documents, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and then you get a search warrant and you raid the house, and there's still documents to be found after the fact that he still won't turn in. That is the difference between the 2, 3, 4 situations. Because don't forget, other people besides Biden and Trump had documents that should not have been in their possession.
So
But
Sean,
they all returned them when asked. Why
Sean,
is
when
Trump
he didn't-
special? And he didn't return them when he wasn't, let me finish, Jay, when he wasn't in office any longer. He was a private citizen at that point.
He's a former president. Makes a big difference.
hold on, no, let me just say this real quick. From what I believe, from what I read, and it could be wrong because you know the media, but I read that he had actually shown some of those documents to a billionaire from Australia.
That is correct.
He also got 3 other people implicated in his scheme who had to move those documents around.
All of this is irrelevant. You're not allowed to have the documents. The crime is possession, not refusing to turn them back in.
I'm surprised at your feelings on this, Norm.
I don't have feelings. I'm telling you the law. This is not my feeling.
I'm telling you what he did. He had 15 months to return it. He was given a year and 3 months.
And he
Everybody else
disputed
gets
the
much
request.
less time. Much less time. He was
disputed-
given
You're
every
missing
grace.
the point. You're missing the point. He disputed the request. He has a right to dispute the request. This is the National Archives Bureau. This is
No,
not,
it
you know,
isn't, sir. It's a special office in the presidential that keeps track of every paper, and they knew every paper he had.
That's wrong.
Hold on, Norm, because Samoa's been patiently waiting. Let me get Samoa in the conversation. Samoa, long time no speak, man. How you doing?
Long time no speak, brother. I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing well, brother.
Doing fantastic. The mic is yours.
No, I think Eleanor Mills on a good line here. I think that when people think that things are bad, and then you actually look at the details of the case, you have a right to fight whatever request is made. People think that it's a bad thing.
So Samoa, let me ask you a question. You don't have to even mute up there. We're having dialogue. What do you think about January 6th? Should he be held liable for January 6th?
No. As far as criminal, no. Absolutely not. I think that when you look at the protocol, I think that it's just come out where the deposition was made, where somebody on the Secret Service detail spoke to the effect of the 10,000 National Guardsmen from Trump was thrown out there, and Bowser was responsible for requesting whatever she needed. So I think that if people start looking at the actual statements that are being made, they'll see where the breakdown is. People say because Trump brought people there, that he should be liable for what people do. And I think there's a reason why the DOJ didn't bring a case.
But Simone, let me ask you this. I thought they brought a case, the case in Washington, D.C., but let me ask you this. So you don't feel he's liable for getting on that podium and saying, I'll meet you down there. And then when they break into Congress, and I hear this where people say, oh, they open the door for people. Well, listen, if I'm standing there and there's a mob of 10,000 people come towards me, I'm opening the door too, bro.
Yeah, but let's focus on the law. What crime would you say he could be charged with for saying, go down and fight, and later do so legally and peacefully? What would you charge him?
Right.
Say again?
Peaceful and patriotically, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he inspired that insurrection, and that's exactly what it was.
So what charge?
No, that's just
listen, hold on. Maybe it's just me, Simone. Maybe because I'm a crazy book tonight. I'm charging his ass with treason. He tried to steal that election. That's just my opinion.
Right. And I think that if you look at what Jack Smith did, they only could give what they could of what they believed that they could actually prosecute him with. After the obstruction is gone, and in that case, they're only running on I think it's conspiracy for fraud or something like that, or fraud on whatever. And now that the immunity opinion's brought forth, that's probably going to die too. So.
And what do you think about what do you think about the Georgia case, where if that prosecutor would have just shown some decorum, that case would probably be the one who would have taken him down.
No, that's dying too, right? Like the gentleman who just brought up the phone call. Like that charge was dismissed about 4 or 5 months ago. So when people bring up the phone call about the Secretary of State, like that's no longer a charge now. You've seen Sadao arguing today on dismissing the charges again, or dismissing her in her office because of the church or because of the speech that she made at the church, and he makes a convincing argument. So people shouldn't be and this is why people should really look at both sides, so then you're not shocked when a verdict is reached or a decision for the bench is reached. You're not caught off guard. But if you just seen the motions that were put in today, this thing might just get blown up before December.
Jay, I have a question for you, sir. If he wins or loses the election, will the Georgia case continue? Because it's a state charge, not a federal.
Yes.
But it might die.
It should continue legally, but it will probably die because he's the president, so he can postpone it as one of his official duties, and then it would resume.
If he loses,
I
think the Supreme Court basically said all this stuff is very dubious, and I think they are dubious. This is lawfare. This is an attempt to jail your leading political opponent. This has been Banana Republic stuff. This is BS.
Well, what about
cases?
What about the other 18 people?
Which 18 people are those?
Are they dubious too?
Which 18 people are you talking about?
No, he's talking about the indictment in Georgia.
Giuliani et al.
You mean the one where, the one where 8 of them have already pled guilty?
Trump didn't plead guilty. I don't understand why if somebody pleads guilty, you think that means that the other person is guilty.
not what I
That doesn't make sense.
No, I don't think you're following us, Norm, I don't think you're following us.
I don't think you're following the law.
No, of course I'm following the law.
No,
I don't
she's
follow political
no, hold on,
I'm a
Sean.
lawyer of 30 years, remember?
No, she's an attorney.
You're not getting it. Then why aren't you getting it? That if one person pleads guilty, that doesn't make the other person guilty.
They're all
That's a nonsense.
co-defendants. You keep saying that the case is dead.
Same thing.
Yes, they're all charged under the same complaint. They don't each have individual complaints. And they have all, there's, some of them are charged with the same thing, some of them were charged with different things. But he is charged with this, 8 of them have pled guilty. That means the case is still going on. I don't understand why you can't understand that.
What is it that you think I don't understand?
Everybody hold on, hold on. Simone, I need you to meet up because I get feedback.
Oh, sorry about that,
Please. No worries, man, you're fine. I'm glad you're here, hang out for a while. No, the question I have for you and for anybody else, but no, directly at you specifically. Do you believe in the American judicial system, yes or no?
Of course.
Okay, so when he's found guilty on 34 felonies, you're gonna find a reason why he shouldn't be.
He was not found guilty on 34 felonies. That's a bullshit case if I ever heard one.
But you just said you believe in you just said you believe in the judicial system.
Of course I do.
See, but that's not how he continues. The title of the room.
Here, let's test it out. What felony was he found guilty of?
New York statute 75.
Wait. What felony was he guilty of?
I just answered it. New York statute 75.
You're breaking up.
Falsifying business records.
Jay?
The short answer is falsifying business records.
Okay, that's a misdemeanor. That's not 34 felonies.
Not the way the law is drawn up, Norman.
Norm, not the way the law was drawn up.
Oh, really? What law?
Go read the fucking penal code. You're in New York, for God's sake.
This is a bullshit theory that will not stand up for 10 seconds on appeal.
Hold on, time out. Hold on, Samoa. Hold on, Norm. Everybody mute up. Samoa, I need you to stay muted. You have one mic policy, please. Norm, I love you, man. You're my brother. You're my friend in real life. But you are so off base here, bro. You just said, and that's why I'll be honest, I set you up, because I knew what your answer was going to be. Do you believe in the American judicial system? And you immediately said yes. Hold on, Raj, hold on. But then when I asked you about Trump's 34 conviction, it's bullshit, it doesn't matter, it's going to be overturned. He was convicted. Hold on, Norm. Hold on, let me finish. And don't even get me started on the civil case he had with E. Jean Carroll. He was found liable of sexual abuse. Okay? So,
and then
I know you're not
more on top of it.
More bullshit. 100% bullshit. I know the woman. She's been bragging about having sex with Trump in Braddock Goodman's dressing room for as long as I know, and that's more than 20 years. I have text messages from her.
Good for you. But no. So what he's saying, I want everybody to be really clear on this, is that a jury of Donald Trump's peers, 7 of which were Republicans, came to a bullshit, to use his word, verdict on the 34 felony counts.
They're not 34 felony counts, number one.
This is what the jury of his peers found.
I'm going to answer you.
No, I didn't finish.
No, 2 of them were lawyers. 2 of them were lawyers on that jury.
I will answer. Okay, you finish.
But I didn't finish, nor did I ask a question. I want everybody to hear loud and clear that you're saying a jury of his peers did not. You're saying a jury of his peers looked at the evidence and decided that it didn't rise to a felony. That's what you're saying. You're also.
He said it wouldn't hold up to an appeal. He said it wouldn't hold up to appeal.
No, the first part is not what he said.
No, he said it wouldn't hold up to an appeal, which is part of our justice system.
Hold on, Will. He said it was bullshit. The bullshit case.
Bullshit. And
well, let him speak. Now, hold on, Norm. Norm, I'm going to give you the mic to you. Nobody interrupt Norm. Norm, like I said, I love you, bro, but the hypocrisy shining through.
12-0.
Hey, Norm, can tell him why it's not a felony, bro.
12-0 in the E. Jean Carroll case.
He's on the phone. Wait, he's on the phone.
He's on the phone, and then you've got the unanimous verdict on the original E. Jean Carroll civil case for sexual assault. You then got the judge on the defamation case because that woman that he's taken under his wing and made her famous from New Jersey flubbed and forgot to check the box for jury trial. You've got him owing that money. That one's on appeal. And then you've got this case, Judge Merchan, who, by the way, on September 16th, y'all better be paying attention to see what he does with this verdict and whether or not he throws it out completely based on the Supreme Court, whether he throws out some of the charges, whether he throws out none of the charges, and then you've got a sentencing date. So Trump is going to be appealing lots of things. Anytime he's found guilty, he's going to appeal. He's probably going to appeal if the 11th Circuit in Florida, on the Florida case, says that Jack Smith is right based on all of the cases he cited. Trump's going to appeal that to the full Court of Appeal. Like that's Trump's MO. Delay. At some point, this man is going to. I'm not done.
But Sean, you gotta land your plane because I got a big stage. So please.
Okay, so my last point is at some point, whether when he's elected, his election or his term is going to come to an end, and he's going to have to face the music. You cannot be taking these cases away if they happened when you weren't president of the U.S.
Thank you, Sean. Hold on one second, Norm, because I'm going to give you the mic back because you had a phone call. But listen, man, it just boggles my mind how. Not just, and this is not at you, Norm, it's just that most people. That was a bullshit case. I have a law plus, if that case was me, Norm, Wesley, Hillary, we're going to the loose gal, bro. Whether it's a bullshit felony or not, bro.
They indicted for that. There was no felony there. Zero. There was no felony. What they did was they took a misdemeanor, which is bad entry of a business expense, which, by the way, is legitimate. He paid for an NDA. It's unbelievable nonsense. And then the statute of limitations has expired. They then attempted, in a bizarre, ridiculous legal theory, to elevate it to a felony. What's the felony? Nobody knows. Why? Because the prosecutor never specified the felony. Was it tax evasion? Was it an illegal campaign contribution? Nobody's charged with a felony for an illegal campaign contribution.
New York statute 75
Okay, I haven't really finished, so do me a favor. Let's abide by the one mic policy. I don't know if you could tell I was still speaking, so I'm going to ask you to be quiet until I'm done. Under no circumstance can you elevate two misdemeanors, not 34, to a felony beyond the statute of limitations for an unspecified felony.
Norman, hold on.
Yes.
So you're telling me
Yes.
the truth that, first off, I'm going to say what I guess, I'm going to ask you a question, then I want to welcome Bren to the stage because he's going to unpack this as well. But you're telling me the 12 jurors, 2 of them were attorneys, that they weren't smart attorneys? They didn't understand the law, that voted for this conviction?
I am telling you that this will 100% be overturned on appeal. It is a nonsense charge. It was a get Trump charge, and it'll be thrown on the garbage heap where it belongs. 100%. There's zero question of this. Just keep this in mind that neither the prosecutor nor the judge ever specified what the felony was. So you're sitting here saying 34 felonies? Neither you, nor me, nor anybody else can tell me what the felony is.
No, I can't. Raj, hold on a second. I'm going to get you in your question in a second, bro. And I can't tell you the felony. But what I can tell you is, when that verdict was read, there were 34 felony counts, guilty 34 times. That's what I can tell you, Norm. Raj, then I want to welcome Brent to the stage.
New York statute 75-10, falsification of business records. It's been charged over 250 times. They've been all charged.
They're misdemeanors.
Norm, you're interrupting me now, my man.
That's because you're wrong.
Chill, Norm. Chill. I answered your question. You asked.
You answered it incorrectly.
No, because
now answer this question. Are those misdemeanors or felonies?
Wait a second, hold on a second.
God almighty, that guy's not.
Raj, hold on. How is he wrong though? How is he wrong? If he's reading you the statute, hold on. Hold on. Okay, read you the code.
75.1. Look it up.
What's the felony? Don't
You
give
know
me the
what,
number. Wait, let's get this to the end. What's that felony? Let's read it out to the whole room, please.
Falsification of business records.
It's not a felony.
Yes, it is.
It's not a felony.
If you look at the
It's a misdemeanor. He elevated it to a felony.
Hold on.
You're
Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna ask Brent, because guess what? This is Brent's lane. Brent, how you doing, my friend? Brent, are you there?
I'm good. I came into a juicy moment, I guess.
Yeah, man. It's like, I'm going to give you a little context. And please, nobody unmute. Everybody's going to get a chance to speak. Both Brian, Samoa will get to speak. Lady will get to speak. But right now, I want to talk to Brent. So, Brent, I said to Norm, do you believe in the American judicial system? He didn't hesitate. He said yes. So I said to him, well, if that's the case, how come when a jury of Donald Trump's peers find him guilty, that doesn't apply? So that's how this whole thing started.
It's a total miscarriage of justice. It's to get Trump. It's an attempt to eliminate him, to eliminate the leader of your opposition.
Great. No, I'm hold on a second.
Corrupt. Banana Republic nonsense.
Well, let's see what Brent has to say. Brent, what do you think?
So, one of the things that I find really funny, and this is the problem with having lay people read penal codes, is that you can be right and you can be wrong at the same time. So, New York Penal Code 175.05 and New York Penal Code 175.10 have to do with falsifying business records. 175.05 is a Class A misdemeanor. 175.10 is a Class E felony. So when you have someone saying, oh, he's been charged with falsifying business records, the problem comes into, okay, was he charged under Penal Code 175.05? Or was he charged under Penal Code 175.10? In order for it to be a Class E felony, you need a secondary criminal count. So you need another criminal action that was done in connection with falsifying the business records. Did you illegally collude? Did you destroy evidence? Did you lie to a police officer? Did you perjure yourself? You need a secondary criminal act to be attached in order for it to be 175.10 and be charged as a Class E felony. The unique thing in New York is that it doesn't necessarily require that criminal act be charged. So you have to have been accused of committing it, but they don't have to charge you with it. So let's say, I know you falsified business records, we can prove that. I think you destroyed evidence. I can assert in the court that with reasonable cause, we believe that you destroyed the evidence. I can't prove you destroyed the evidence, but I can assert it to the judge and use it as justification to prop it into a Class E felony and use 175.10. The thing that people are getting frustrated and hung up on, which is going to be dealt with in appeal, is that there doesn't appear to have been a clear enumeration or explanation of what the underlying secondary criminal act was. It seems like they basically told the judge there is one. They never explained why there was one, and the judge allowed that to move forward. Now, under judicial discretion, the judge is allowed to. But that doesn't mean upon appellate review, they're not going to question that and say, okay, what allowed you to prop this up? Because essentially, and I've said this before, if this was anyone but Donald Trump, those 34 counts would have been rolled into one misdemeanor, maybe a felony with a misdemeanor attachment, pled out on a Thursday, and it wouldn't have even gotten on the news.
Well, let me ask you a question, Brandon. No, hold on. No, please stop with the sound effect. It's not an arcade.
Jay, 1 second.
Say,
hey, thank you for being here and backing me up. I appreciate you, as always.
Well, Brent, I have a question for you, and then I want to get other speakers involved. I believe it's going to get overturned, right? I'm sure you're along the same lines. If it gets overturned and they prosecute him again,
Yeah, so double jeopardy doesn't attach in this particular situation. So if once you have a verdict that comes down and it's a guilty verdict, now it's being appealed, and it's being appealed on reversible error, and basically saying, hey, this should not have been charged, this should not have been allowed, the judge erred in this. Generally what will happen is if the appellate court looks at it that way, they will say, okay, we're going to vacate this case, but grant leave to refile, and basically say, hey, yes, the judge erred on this, but this was a judicial error in allowing this to happen. Therefore, we are not going to count this as something where double jeopardy would attach. We are simply going to do the equivalent of granting a mistrial. We're going to vacate the trial results, set aside the jury verdict, and we're going to grant leave to refile. Then it becomes the prosecutor's office's job and determination to say, hey, can we do this again? They will have to go to a grand jury again. They will have to start the process again. They will have to seat a jury again. You basically start all over. And what it is it's saying, hey, this judge erred and ruled in a way that irreparably harmed the case and resulted in this flawed verdict. This should not have been done. The way that we fix this, the way that you rectify it, is to vacate the entire case and grant leave to refile. So it doesn't mean that Trump is off the hook. It doesn't mean that they can't charge him again. Alvin Bragg can look at it and say, hey, I'm going to impanel another grand jury, and we're going to go after him again. He will just have to be in front of most likely a different judge and have to justify what they charge him with. Now, they also don't have to charge him the same way. Let's say Alvin Bragg looks at this and goes, okay, I can't do 34 counts. I can't do these felony counts. I want to charge you with misdemeanors, or I want to charge you with a lesser amount of these. He can change his strategy, but what most likely happens if it's overturned is that set aside the jury verdict and grant leave to refile.
Well, Brett, it's my opinion that it's going to get overturned. I have no doubt about that. If he loses, Bragg goes after him. If he wins, the case goes away. This is my opinion. But Norm, before you speak, I want to wish Dr. Responsible happy anniversary. He's been on this app for 80 years. So, Ricky, happy anniversary. Norm, the mic is yours.
Were you calling on me, Jay? I'm like juggling things here.
Yes, Norm, you want to talk?
With my kid, I'm in. You saw it.
Happy anniversary, Dr. Ricky.
The statute of limitations on the misdemeanor has lapsed. Okay, and remember what the action was. He signed an NDA with a what do you call her, a body dancer, a stripper, because she threatened him to expose their affair. He blackmailed him. And he's being charged with what people so blithely, without examination, call 34 felonies. It's one of the most absurd cases I've ever heard in my life. It was obviously blatantly designed to incapacitate him in his run for president, and it didn't work. In fact, it strengthened the support. It was an example, perhaps, of the worst that the Democratic Party has to offer. And I think they're out of control. They're just going to go from one thing to the other. By the way, you may not have heard this. Jamie Raskin said that if Trump wins and there's a majority, and in the Senate, of Democrats, they will charge him under the 14th Amendment and invalidate his win and accuse him of insurrection. He said that.
No, let me jump in here real quick. They
will do anything to keep Donald Trump from taking office, and it's undemocratic. It's absurd.
They ultimately voted him out. Hold on, Roger. Hold on a second, because I want to address something in the chat. Matt Cool, I'm going to tell you why I think it's important that we have this conversation. Because from what I've seen, from the very little that she's put out there, she's going to go after him as a criminal, right? She's going to put this up on the front porch and have everybody take a look at it. So I think these conversations are very important. But let me go to Dr. Responsible. Happy anniversary, Dr. Responsible.
Thank you so much.
I don't even know what year it is. I think it's year number 3, perhaps. So good conversation, although it's frustrating, right? Because at this point, I'm going to do something I rarely do, which is I will defer to the experts on the legalities and how it can be charged again, the appeal, etc. But this is fucking serious, and it's not the 32 counts of felony that should have been 2 counts misdemeanor, whatever it was that Brent said, which made sense to me. When we go down to this level of literally persecuting and prosecuting our political enemies, whether it was Republicans doing it to Democrats or Democrats doing it to Republicans, it crosses a line that just can't be put back in the bottle. You cannot stop this now.
Ricky, let me ask you a question. And I'm saying this respectfully because, we have good dialogue. Do you believe, and it's a polarizing question, people, do you believe that the Democrats were behind this assassination attempt?
No, I don't. Not necessarily. I think it's more likely the Republicans are after his assassination attempt or members of the administrative state. Or maybe it's just this one guy. But no, I don't put that particularly on Democrats.
Thank you, Ricky. The crickets got a little loud in the back. We're in Brooklyn already. They got crickets, bro.
I'm not. I'm out in Long Island. All right. Let me just say this one more thing. It's fun to talk about, and it's very polarizing. But like Norm said, maybe the counts are there. Maybe they called it out by the jury. But we spent close to 300 years not prosecuting political opponents, and I think anyone who's being honest, even if they say this is just, right? Anyone who's being honest realizes that, like Brent said, if this was not Donald Trump, this would have been in and out of the court system, even if it was even charged, it with little to no fanfare, and that's a big freaking deal to charge your political opponent, persecute and prosecute with all these cases, but this one in particular, change the law, go against the statute of limitations. Probably that's all legal. Apparently it is. But to do that, it's like a big negative for the United States. Not for Donald Trump, not for the Republicans. It's a gigantic negative for the United States as a whole. And how are we ever supposed to come together and get unity and not be divisive?
Wait, Ricky, hold on, Brian, hold on. Ricky, let me ask you this, because that cricket's driving me crazy, bro. I'm going to ask you a question, then I want to go to Madison, then Brian. So you're saying that presidents, because they're the president, they could have absolute immunity to do whatever they like. I'm just curious.
No. Although I do think that the president should have immunity on things like, did we get into the Iraq war or not, and stuff like that. But no, I don't think we should just have immunity. The reason for the immunity is so that they're not scared to make decisions. But something like this is from over a decade ago, and this is just nonsense that we try to avoid, right? If he does go to get in trouble for it, or if it was a Democrat, he gets sentenced, he pleads out, etc., etc. It's not like you killed somebody, it's not like you raped somebody, not like you did anything like that, and it gets taken care of, and that's it. We try and avoid it with presidents.
But he was found liable of sexual abuse.
Yeah, but in a civil court, the burden is so much less.
Sexual assault, my apologies.
The burden is much less there, and that's why these cases get handpicked in his particular case.
What are people's cutoff on these type of topics? I mean, if Trump abused 100 children and he only got sued civilly, would that impact your vote? I mean, where's your cutoff? This is the part I never understand. Is it criminal only? Where's your cutoff when somebody got found guilty civilly of rape, and people go, I don't care. It's not a big deal.
He was never found guilty civilly of rape, ever. You just don't know what you're saying.
He was found liable. Wait. He was found liable for sexual assault. I just want to say.
Yeah, but
So-
listen to
Hold
what
on.
this person is saying before you jump in, because he actually has, I don't know who it was because I looked away, but he actually has some really good points. So let him finish before y'all jump in about.
I get amazed by people who just constantly blow off civil suits and go, oh, but I ask you again, if Trump had raped 100 children and only was found guilty, liable in the civil court, would that not matter to you? I mean, where are your cutoffs?
What does that mean, where the cutoff?
That we're all cult members and that we're
Yeah,
just
I don't know what
because
that
we
means.
love Donald Trump's better.
I don't know how.
We have a bullshit test.
Everybody mute up. Brandon, then I want to go to Madison. Yeah, Brandon.
Yeah, so here's the thing, and this is going to offend certain people, right? Our civil court system is not as hefty and does not have the teeth and the due process protections of our criminal court system. And so if you present a finding from a civil court to me, I'm going to look at it as generally something worth wiping my ass with. Because I have decades of experience understanding that the reason you charge things civilly is because either the statute of limitations has run out to where you are not able to charge it criminally, which usually means you couldn't have charged it in the first place successfully, or it would have been done decades earlier, or you're going after this in the easier playing field. Because you can bring evidence forward in civil court that I would never let come before a court in criminal court or any other criminal judge. The admissibility standards are about 40% in a civil proceeding that they would be in a criminal proceeding. The barriers of bringing in prejudicial testimony and prejudicial evidentiary admissions are extremely low in civil court. So when you get a finding in a civil court, that's not enough for many of us who understand the difference between the two systems, because I can look at that and go, you wouldn't have even gotten in hearing. You wouldn't have even gotten past impaneling a grand jury if you did that in criminal court. But because you're in the lesser of the two systems, which broadly allows things to be admitted that frankly make no sense, because the threshold is so low that for me, you could have 100 negative findings in civil court. I might look at 3 of them as valid and 97 as worth wiping my ass with.
Oh, Frank, can I ask you a question? You don't have to even meet up, man. We're just having a conversation. And you're my friend, and I respect you. But yeah, here's the question. Did you watch her speech at the DNC?
I watched some of her speech. I didn't watch it end to end.
So my opinion is that she's going to go on the soapbox of, he's a criminal, I'm a prosecutor. Do you agree with that or not?
Oh yeah, she's going to. That's the direction.
And so that's just why these conversations are important, and that's why I'm so happy you're here.
Yeah, I just, to double into it is that people are, and I get why people get frustrated at being dismissive at a successfully finished trial, but I really wish people understood the difference in the components that go in and the limitations that exist that are different between criminal proceedings and civil proceedings. Because you can get the finding you're looking for in civil court 95% of the time because of the way that it's framed. In the same way that you can get a grand jury to agree with moving forward 99.99999% of the time. Because you're in a better position to present evidence, the limitations are not there, there is no one cross-examining, there are no secondary restrictions, and the threshold for what can be admitted is exceptionally low.
Well, let me ask you this, Brandon. The civil, you don't have to mute up. I'm sorry to interrupt. These questions come to mind. If I don't ask, I forget. Is it the same civil standard in New York as it is in, let's say, California, Colorado?
Yeah.
So it's different standards.
Yes, and Bren wipes his ass with my cases all the time.
So, yeah, generally speaking, yes, there are certain nuanced differences due to legislative prerogative. Certain laws that exist in New York State don't exist in California. There's certain restrictions that exist, but 99% of the process is the same no matter what state you're in.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate it. Mike, you gotta hold on. Mike, we got a few. I'm gonna get you in the comments, but I want to go to Madison. Madison, you there?
Oh, yeah, Jay, how you doing? I'm just sitting here working.
You're here. I'm doing something right. So what do you think about the conversation? Do you agree with everything?
Oh, I find it interesting, and I find the chat interesting. I don't have to go into detail about who Trump is. We all know. He's a two-bit trashy developer who developed, real estate in the outlying areas of New York. He always wanted to be accepted. He always wanted to be a gangster, and Republicans were embarrassed by his ass when he first came about in terms of him wanting to run, and they just knew he would lose. And he didn't, so they were stuck with him. So now they've become sycophants right under his thumb. And, when people talk about Kamala Harris, it's just ridiculous to me. She's got twice as much experience in her thumb.
Building. David, we're not doing that anymore, David. Everybody hold on. Sean, you gotta hold on, please. Madison,
I will. It won't be long. Yeah, she's got twice as much experience in her thumb than the entire ticket, and I'm not even going to talk about J.D. Vance. And if you're not a Democrat, don't even worry about the nomination. What I find amazing is that, she was nominated. It was a ticket. It was Biden-Harris. Those people voted for her. And she was the vice president, which means if something happened to Biden, she would have been your president, and she would have been voted for. But nobody had these concerns when George Walker Bush was the vice president and there was no primary when he was Reagan's VP. It wasn't a problem then. So all of these arguments is so transparent. I mean, we had a C student for president. We had a fucking vice president who couldn't even spell potato. So miss me with the DEI because I've worked with so many mediocre white men and women I can't even count. So the question is to me, how did they ever get in? So, I've faced some of these things myself, so I know exactly what she's facing as a black woman. And for those who are jealous of her, in terms of her and Willie Brown and all that, the man had been not divorced, but he was separated from his wife for 8 years. They didn't live together. And that's very common in California. He had other relationships too. The relationships that they had was under a year. He appointed her to 2 boards. One was an insurance commission. The other one was an unemployment commission. She was already a DA when she met him, but the way that the people contort when it comes, excuse me, I'm almost done. The way the people contort for Trump, who's an adulterer, and his scumbucket wife. Come on, call a thing and call it what it is, and just say you don't like it.
Okay. Everybody move up. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Thank you very much. And I specifically called on Madison because I knew Madison was going to stand on the square. That's why I called her. And she has a right to have. Hold on, Mike Frager. Because Brian's next, and then you, and then Abby. Brian?
All right. I hope you can hear me. I'm trying to finish some stuff up on the farm here. Saying that Harris has more brains on her head than Trump at all. Her and her administration have done nothing but trying to stop farmers from farming, growing crops. The Waters of the U.S. they passed has not allowed farmers to be able to farm ground that has water on it for 10 days. It's now declared a wetland and you can't farm it. She's still supporting those policies. Her staff at her campaign office are leaking to reporters by 2050 they want farmers to be net neutral on carbon emissions, and they can't even prove what carbon emissions there are other than top-down studies. And I do a lot of stuff for agriculture. We are, a nationally recognized farm, what we do here, that we are low on emissions. We're doing what's good for the environment, and I probably won't make it through to 2050 based on some of these policies. So you want to talk about what they're getting wrong? Agriculture, middle America. her VP pick is not well liked in the Midwest, and he's not a Midwest boy. And I just wanted to say that. I know it's off the topic of all of this other stuff, but we need to quit focusing on that and actually what they are and what they stand for. Because Midwest is really concerned when it comes to agriculture and farming. Are we going to be able to keep farming? She wants to get rid of the stepped up basis so that I can't inherit the farm. Any sweat equity and stuff doesn't count for any of the work I've done, because now if we get over $2-3 million, which isn't hard to do. I mean, I have 3 tractors worth $300,000 that we use on a daily basis to do farming. It doesn't take much to get to a few $1 million. And I'll leave it there, but we can keep focusing on Trump, and he's just this worst, horrible guy. But at least he had people in his cabinet underneath of him that worked with farmers. Agriculture has played nothing but defense for the last 3.5 years to keep farming. And currently, I'd like to see a change. I'll leave it there.
You sound white, so you probably deserve whatever she tells you.
Wait, we're not doing that, Ricky. Hold on. Listen, Madison is my friend and I respect her, and she's allowed to have her lived experience spoken on the stage. I'm going to go to Mike Frager than Abby. Mike, the mic is yours.
Yeah, so I live in San Francisco. She used to be the prosecutor here, and an interesting story came out that I read. So basically, she had prosecuted a particular black man, and when she convicted him, she looked him basically in the face and laughed at him. Only one problem. It turned out that he was innocent, and she sentenced him, or got him sentenced to a long term, but he was ultimately exonerated. And the state ended up paying him a settlement of $11 million. So I think this truly illustrates Kamala Harris. She's not only completely incompetent, but she's vicious and cruel. And I think if she becomes the president, it will be a disaster.
Well, Mike, let me just say this. Thank you for your share, but let me just say this. And I know I'm going to get pushback on this, but, people like to bring up numbers with her when she was the prosecutor, and I could be wrong. Let's say there was 1,500 people that got arrested under these marijuana laws. I believe 90% of them went to diversion programs. They didn't go to prison. So, when people say, hold on, Abby, I still got 2 next. And like I said, I could be wrong, Abby, but I know that she put them in diversion programs. Abby, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm in a good place right now. So, a couple things. First of all, Brian, thank you for bringing that up, because it's such an important point about the farmers and about the stepped-up basis. And I hope people in this room understand the significance of getting rid of stepped-up basis for parents that work and generations that work their ass off, secure enough funds that they want to take care of the next generation, and then the next generation is totally screwed when they inherit and they end up having to go borrow money or pray there's some life insurance proceeds to be able to pay the taxes and what they're going to face because she gets rid of the stepped-up basis. I can go on and on just on the tax issues and trying to bump up capital gains tax now to 44.8%, which is just for, again, people that work their asses off, saved some money, bought some equities, decided to do some investments. They're totally screwed. I mean, that's just such a hefty amount of tax, along with the state tax that they'll be incurring. The corporate tax going up to 28%. I mean, I can go on and on just on the tax proposals, let alone taxing unrealized gains. But thank you for bringing up the farming issue, because it sheds light so directly on killing an industry and killing something that is generations old. With respect to what Madison said, I found it very offensive. And to talk about someone being trash and not being credentialed versus candidates that you think are credentialed, I'd ask you to look at what universities both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance attended. I remember correctly, both have Ivy League backgrounds. And then tell me where Waltz went to college and where she went to college. So if you want to like just jump on credentials and say that one has so much more credential than the other, I would just start with the schooling, because you're just dead wrong on that. And the difference between, although he had to be attacked by Waltz, a Yale law grad, which is also, by the way, where Hillary went and other people from the administration, is just absurd. So it can go by that. But if you'd like, I could just run through a few things like defunding the police and zero cash bail for repeat felony offenders, biological men competing in women's sports, which is a very personal issue for me, having a daughter that's in collegiate sports. I can go on with eliminating private health insurance, mandatory elimination and buyback of firearms, and what she wants to do to the Second Amendment, government-run healthcare, so we can be just like Canada, banning parents from stopping sterilization of children. I mean, it just goes on things that she wants to bring about that is just repugnant. And then the last comments about Trump, and I'm not even going to get into, I mean, I think there's so many grounds for appeal from the New York case, along with obvious stuff of allowing prejudicial testimony into that case that had no probative value whatsoever, not allowing key witnesses to testify, not allowing evidence to be submitted, jury instructions that were slanted. I mean, I could go on that one. But it sounds like you've already exhausted that part of the discussion. And one last thing, to absolutely trash someone who was a president that did accomplish some incredible feats during his presidency, and I'll leave with the Abraham Accords. And I dare any person in the chat or on the stage to tell me why the Abraham Accords is a negative and what Trump did was a negative by establishing the Abraham Accords. So I'm going to end with that.
So Abby just answered your question.
Hold on, David. Hold on a second. I'm going to give Madison a chance to push back, and then I'm going to go to David B. Go ahead, Madison.
I just want to say I find it rich that you offended Abby when you called her Kamala in the chat. So I find that rich that you can trash a VP like that. And I did not say her educational credentials. What I said was her experience, that she had more experience. And you obviously have no regard for Howard University, but I wouldn't expect you to. And in terms of defunding the police, it was about restructuring. They used the wrong terminology. They should have never said that. It was just a poor choice of words. And part of that came from them killing us. But you wouldn't understand that either. And so for the people who, talk about Kamala Harris, either she's too hard on crime or she's too soft on crime. Which is it? And for the guy who said that there was this guy who said, I've seen that video too, which there's no evidence that he was exonerated. There's no direct record of that actual case. And if you have a name, I would love for you to give it to me because I'd like to find that myself.
How selective is Howard University versus Yale, just in terms of selectivity in admissions and standards and admissions? Could you tell me the difference between the two law schools?
Just to answer her question real quick.
I mean,
Jamal Truelove was the name of the guy who was exonerated. I posted about 6 different articles of it in the chat. But his name is Jamal Truelove. It's really easy to look at what happened. And yes, he was paid a multi-million-dollar settlement.
And where did Waltz go to college? Someone remind me, versus Penn and Yale?
Yeah,
Just
that's
Abby.
One thing I was going to ask.
Hold on. David, give me a second. David, I'm going to go to you, and then I want to welcome Dr. Jordan. And Brandon, you can jump in anytime you want, bro.
Yeah, really quick, I was just 2 seconds. I was going to agree with Abby,
Well, after the red and the blue, David, sorry.
Yeah, former President Trump was a graduate of Wharton, and J.D. Vance, the nominee for vice president, is from Yale. So yeah, it's a very simple argument. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm not speaking.
All right, thank you, David. Dr. Jordan, how you doing today?
Good. Having a ball. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Did you want to come in on the conversation, or are you just going to hang out with the cool kids?
Well, I mean, I agree with Madison on many points. I also understand where Abby's coming from, but I think that we know that many people who go to Ivy League institutions are not necessarily getting there on their own merit, and so not everybody, but many. So I mean, it's like I don't know that that's the greatest gauge, but I do.
JD Vance didn't get there on his own merit? Are you serious?
Well, I went to Ohio State. I'm not exactly proud for grad school. I'm not really proud.
But the Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, and to stay in an Ivy League school, I mean, you trash what you want, but that's bullshit. I'm
I'm not trashing them. I'm just saying that, I mean, that's not really reflective of much, particularly these days when we look back at legacy admissions. But that's not to say
I
that,
don't know how you can say that, like, based on the...
David, you've been drinking since 8 a.m. I don't know that if you went to Wharton, you should be showcasing that either.
I went to Penn, but I didn't go to Wharton.
He was in the
Okay, but I mean, you went...
Okay.
All right, guys, can we have a one-mic policy? Please stop interrupting Jordan, and then everybody will get a chance to get...
So, I mean, I respect people who get go to Ivy League institutions, but I know many who didn't get there on merit alone. So I don't necessarily use that as kind of a cutoff. I mean, I think that I wasn't necessarily a fan of Kamala, but I will say my impression changed a bit after this speech because it was really quite inspiring and kind of hit all the bullet points that you would want. And in the meantime, regardless of whether people like Trump or not, he is just whining and complaining nonstop. I mean, it's just not a kind of a leadership quality for a fast food restaurant manager post. So I'm not so sure that credentials or experience matter as much as just some kind of basic etiquette and leadership characteristics that I would want in any leader, much less president of the United States. So, but I understand where Abby is comparing, the academic credentials. I mean, that's one facet, but that's not certainly everything for me.
I was reacting to someone saying that they weren't credentialed compared to the Democratic nominees, and I was comparing just on academics alone. So I was reacting to what was being said.
No, that's fair. I think that, I guess what I do today, I listen with a filter, and as eloquent as someone is. Now, Biden, for example, I don't think of Biden as being particularly eloquent, right? So he doesn't actually cut the muster for me, but I don't know that, and Kamala is certainly not as eloquent as Obama, for example. But I think that last speech was pretty solid, and I think she embodied much of what came out of her mouth.
Oh, David, David, hold on a second. Let me move David down, because like you said, he's probably drinking all day, and that's his prerogative. But I have a question for Abby. Brad, I got you. You're going to go next. But let me ask Abby this question. If that's okay, Counselor.
Of course. I told you I'm on a high this weekend. It was Springsteen all week, so I'm in good place. Go ahead.
Good for you. Do you feel, with her being a former prosecutor, attorney general, senator, vice president, that she lacks experience to take the position?
This app, you try to answer and it doesn't let you get your mic so fast. First of all, as a prosecutor, as I learned a little bit, she pled out most of the cases that she actually tried herself and had very few jury trials. She was in an administrative role as a prosecutor. I don't think that her time in the Senate, she was extremely, probably one of the most left-wing senators there was in the Senate, her and Bernie, probably, took up that whole pocket of the left. She wasn't in the Senate that long. And in terms of her being a vice president, could you tell me what she actually did as a vice president? Because from everything that I remembered in the last 3.5 years, it didn't seem that she had much of a significant role. However, if you want to tell me that she was very significant in the Biden-Harris administration, then she needs to take responsibility for all the screw-ups that happened during that administration. So she either did bullshit, or she, and I don't find her, and I'm comparing her to someone who was a president of the United States,
But
who
Abby, let me
served
ask you,
4 years.
Abby, let me ask you.
Can I go next, Jay?
You're asking
Chip, I
a
got you, bro.
question, you might not like that
Okay.
answer, but that's.
No, the answer's fine. The answer's fine, but my rebuttal question for you is, tell me one vice president that was significant.
Cheney, very significant.
Cheney? Okay, how many years ago was that?
Cheney? I mean, when was Bush president? From 2002 to, help me out on the years. No, when was 9/11? He was president 2000.
2008?
2008.
And then
yeah.
Obama, yeah.
And then, yeah,
I
but
mean,
you
they
asked
were
me a
the-
question. It wasn't that long ago, and Dick Cheney was an incredibly effective vice president.
Joe Biden
You might not like what he did, but he was significant in his role. Again, she either did nothing, or if she was active with the Biden-Harris administration, then she's responsible for deaths in Afghanistan and how we left Afghanistan. That she has to bear responsibility for the screw-ups in that administration. It's either one or the other, like it or not. So choose your poison on that one.
Thank you, Abby. Let me say hello to Brad real quick. What's up, Brad? And then we'll go to Tim.
Hey, I was just curious because I heard Jordan talk about like he's looking for leadership, and I'm curious about where the leadership qualities that actually align with Kamala Harris, because if you're going based on her experience as a prosecutor, her office was fraught with corruption. In fact, she had a huge, massive drug issue where she had people in her office cycling drugs out and kind of cherry-picked which judges she was going to go to and tell that information until forced, which actually caused problems on her. People will say she takes a leading role in the Senate. I find that ironic because over 50% of the time she was absent. She wasn't there. So I'm kind of confused on that one. She also never got any of the 141 pieces of legislation she submitted passed, so I don't know where that leadership goes. Joe Biden as a VP basically camped out for Obama's agenda in the Senate. He brought a sleeping bag and basically pitched there until the ACA was passed to whip votes and get his policies passed. Whether you like them or not, Joe Biden was effective in that area, and he's the reason why Obama is credited with the success of the ACA, even though he basically didn't do so. But Biden also went overseas. He did things in Ukraine. We're all well aware of that. He had a foreign policy position where he took on multiple different countries, cementing allyship. Kamala's not really known for that. Her failure in the Northern Triangle, because nobody wants to give her the borders are policy, that didn't work out so well. And I'm just confused as to where all this goes. The only thing people can point to is how well she was in the Kavanaugh hearings, where she had a prepared set of speeches. And again, it just falls so flat. Like, you didn't like her in 2019. You didn't even like her 4 weeks ago. In fact, you called her the Kamala problem. That wasn't Republicans. That was Democrats. That was your CNN. That was your mainstream pundits saying, how do we get around the Kamala problem? It's just amazing to me that Democrats got told, hey, you just need to vote for this person. And then all of a sudden, she's the greatest leader that ever existed or ever will be. And it was just 4 weeks. It's an amazing transformation.
Well, Brad, let's keep it real. People are voting for her because she's not Donald Trump. That's that. Most people, not everybody. Some people do.
That's 100% right.
And also, people are tired of the depressive negativity that they've been experiencing probably for the last 8 years. It has to do with Trump and Biden as well. And so, the people have spoken. Obviously, they're behind her. But I did want to just say something, Jay, because the conversation keeps changing because, of course, the goalpost always moves. And I don't have to defend Kamala's record. You can go to Congress.gov. You can see what she's done. But and so I stand by what I said in terms of Howard, and Howard is also specializes in leadership training for Black people. So it's very specific, and they're celebrated for their political science program, their business program, communications. My son just graduated summa cum laude from there. But when it comes to this, thank you, Jay. But when it comes to, he was 1 point away from valedictorian. But when it comes to Trump and the Wharton School, and which was just played up so much, when he was there, because he transferred there from Fordham, and his niece said that he paid somebody to take his SATs. I don't know how true that is. That's what she said. And there have been several books that have been written about his time there. One professor was quoted as saying he was the dumbest goddamn student he ever had. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit and put a button on that for myself with his quote-unquote education and his academic rigor that is very obvious whenever he opens his damn mouth.
Having
thank God we don't
lot
have
to do with the University of
Guys,
Pennsylvania. It's to trash Penn, like, you just have no right to, and you don't know about the school, and you don't know about Wharton, and to survive in Wharton, which is very rigorous and a very tough curriculum, you just don't skate through Wharton. So you're just dead wrong on that. And you may not like them. There may be tons of things about them you don't like, but no, you just don't go to Wharton and get through it so easily. It doesn't work that way.
I didn't trash Wharton. Do you have a understanding? I was talking about Trump. I wasn't talking about the school itself and how he got in.
Yeah, and I'm talking about Trump too. And you don't know how he got in, and you don't know what it's like to be there and to study there. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know, and you're trying to act like you do, and you don't. You just don't. You don't. It is absolutely true. When do you know? What do you know about Penn? When have you been at Penn? When's the last time you spent time at Wharton? When have you been to a class at Wharton? Have you ever been to a class at Wharton? Have you ever spent time at University of Pennsylvania? Do you know anything about it? No, you don't.
Okay,
This
so
is
now I'll
conjecture.
answer the the rhetorical questions that you ask. I didn't even mention Penn.
Yes, you did. That's Wharton. That's where I went to school. Do you remember that that's the business school of Penn?
What I said was the school itself and how he got in and the cheating and that it was purported by his niece. I said, I don't know if his...
You think his niece? You think his niece didn't have
you just got done
math
talking. So could you just stop? Are you done?
No, are you done?
So what?
Are you done?
You asked me a question.
Because you're asking aspersions on
Okay,
Trump.
so can you both please stop? Please mute up. Both of you, please mute up. I'm gonna wait till you're both muted. I don't see a mute on your face, Madison. I'm waiting on it. There
I
we
was
go.
next. Let me get it.
Thank you,
right.
thank you.
No.
This attachment.
No.
Like, I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
keep
now you're
it.
talking about the audience, because I don't usually do that in Jay's room, but let me just, what I would like is for everyone to be respectful of other speakers. I get Abby spicy, I get Madison spicy, we enjoy both of you in the house, we enjoy both of you in the room, which is why you're both giving grace. But when it starts to get into what feels like personal nitpicking, it just takes away from the broader conversation the room's gonna have. So I'm gonna kind of segue us a little bit, because I feel like you both expressed what you think and feel on that, and it was getting it into a little bit of a girl fight that I'm not really interested in, and that's gonna limit the rest of the room. So one thing that I wanted to come off mic and chime in on was that when you try to compare HBCUs to Ivies, you're always gonna have a problem. And it's because they're not comparable. And it's not that they're not comparable because of the skill set. It's not that they're not comparable because of the professorship. It's that when you look at the funding and the legacy in Ivies, and you look at the funding and legacy in HBCUs, even in the oldest HBCUs, they have never had the same funding access. They've never had the same professorship access until contemporary times. And so to try to compare a business program at Howard with a business program at Penn or a business program at Yale, you're going to run into the issue that Howard is just now getting their feet under themselves as an academic powerhouse. Yale and Penn have had a long time to do that. And so I don't minimize where Howard is. I don't minimize the education you can get at Howard. But Howard is not the institution that Yale is. That doesn't mean in 50 years it won't be that institution. That doesn't mean in 50 years it won't surpass what Yale is. That simply means you're dealing with a different reality of how professorship is earned, in what budgets look like, in what the starting funding different departments have, in the years of reputation to take the top scholars. Because if you go to Howard's business program and I take the top 1% of those students, and I go to Yale and I take the top 1% of those students, they're probably comparable. That top of the cream of the crop is probably comparable. If I go take the bottom at Wharton and I take the bottom at Howard, I would bet my left testicle the bottom at Howard is going to be higher. And it's simply because they have had longer to get their roots in the ground and an anchored in professorship that's qualified. Because we don't have 200 years of qualified black professorship in this country because we didn't allow it to happen.
I mean,
And so
you can definitely
when we do these
compare it, though.
comparisons, okay, I'm not sure why in the world I'm being interrupted. I'm not really sure where that request was, but I can tell you I didn't make it, so it's not necessary. So when we try to compare these things, you're comparing apples and pineapples, right? So I would never try to say, you know, Howard is better or Howard is worse. It's a different institution. It's a different experience. The professorship standards are a little bit different. The focus is a little bit different. And so, you know, anytime we get into those comparisons, it makes me cringe because when you try to compare dissimilar things, you end up in a really messy place.
Thank you, Counselor. So I just want to say something real quick. I'm not going to call anybody out specifically. But guys in the chat, I usually let stuff in the chat just go. I don't really give a shit what you guys pay me, crab warriors. But please let's not use people's last names and dox them. Keep that, you know, if you know somebody's last name, there's no need to put it in the chat. Because, you know, Madison, you're my friend. Abby, you're my friend. I love when you two speak. I just wish you guys could speak civilly to each other and not get so heated. Me personally, I don't care where you went to school. I could care less. But I understand why you're standing in your squares. So let me say hello to Ben real quick. What's up, Ben?
Hey, Jay. I just wanted to come over and say hi to you and everybody else. I don't know if I should chime in at all, but...
Why are you afraid to do... Wait. Time out, Jordan. Are you afraid to jump in the deep end?
Well, okay, why don't I take the shallow end? I think, you know, this talk about school, Wharton or HBCU, it's interesting, obviously, but I think Kamala definitely is sort of counter-programming. You know, when she was ready to pick a vice VP, she didn't go for a Yale or Harvard or Stanford or whatever. I mean, it may be coincidental, but I think with Walz, she definitely, you know, presented her team, the VP and the vice president and herself, as really not the middle of the road. I think she's trying to appeal to voters from a different spectrum, if you will. And that's probably, I actually think it's working, at least. It definitely energized a portion of the voting population. And as far as, you know, this comparison of IVs and all, I think Dr. Jordan, he has a point there. Yeah, I mean, Ivy League schools in general, like Brian was saying, better resourced, you know, better school, sort of averagely speaking. But there are definitely people who got in there through a legacy. And there's nothing wrong with it, by the way. You know, if I were rich and billionaire, I would want my kids not to work that hard to get into a top school, which I'm assuming that Vance, you know, got in not because of legacy. I'm just making that assumption, to Yale.
He did not.
So whatever that is, in the end, here's what I'm going to land my little speech with. Today's 25th or 4th, I don't remember, August, right? And November 5th is, I don't know, a few months away. From this point till November, I think what really matters is voters are going to look at only two people for now, Trump versus Harris. This is not, I think having a love fest or hate fest against either, I don't think it has that direct correlation with who's going to come out as a winner. Eventually, what my opinion is, what ended up happening would be whoever a voter or all voters could bear to stomach, that person is going to get a vote. If is Harris the best vice president in history? Of course not. Is there going to be a better person as a Democrat to be the presidential candidate? Of course there is. But guess what? She is the Democratic nominee. And I think same thing goes for Trump. Unless he does something drastic as, giving up the candidacy and pull somebody else younger, like Biden did. I don't think that's going to happen. So eventually we're looking at the possibility, in Vegas, going to where Abby is in Las Vegas, right? If we're going to put money on who's going to be the winner on November 5th or 6th, whatever, I think that's the most interesting question. And that's beyond whether we can hate someone or say something we love, one of these two people did, we really enjoyed or we agree with. It really doesn't matter. Or what schools they went to or blah, blah, blah. I think eventually it's going to be who can you stomach to vote for one of them. I think that is probably interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. So, Brad, let me ask you a question, Brad. Hold on. Jordan, I'm going to come back to you right after Brad, I promise. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm following the presidential election. I'm not really following any of the Senate or congressional races right now. How's it looking for both sides?
Republicans still have oh, you're asking Ben or Brad?
I was asking Brad.
The Republicans still have an edge in the Senate. The House, I would still say, is at 50-50 right now.
Yeah, the polls are, the polls that happened on Monday. Yeah, this is overall.
Senate looks like the Republicans will pick it up.
Yeah, it's amazing, like the polls that came out, but yeah. So, thank you.
But Jay, more to the point, I think a lot of the errands, particularly with people like me, is I can agree. Like Biden was my president. I didn't agree with his decisions, but I don't think everything he did was 100% bad. The problem that I have with what I would say is the shills is the fact that you and I discussed this the other day. Is it wasn't the people on the ground floor at the DNC convention that chose Kamala Harris. It was the people in the $5 million boxes in the glass house that chose it. Now, I know there's money all throughout politics. I know how it works. But to have such an overt front of showing that the only reason Biden dropped out was because the large super donor said, no, it's time for you to go. You're polling badly, and we want a return on our money. And then, voila, Kamala is there. And it was so flagrant that even pro-liberal or pro-left reporters were making a mockery of it. So at least that's what I've gotten a consensus on. So when you're sitting there watching the fact that she got up there and gave those, platitude speeches that really didn't signify anything, and then it was only for the top tier echelons and not the people in the bottom of the row who may or may not think that she actually represents them. I guess I have an aversion to something such an affront to our politics. I really do like votes. I really do like having people say, hey, this is our choice. And honestly, let's all be honest in this room, Kamala never would have made it through a primary season at all. There's no way she would have made it through.
Well, actually, the saddest part of that, Brad, is that nobody voted for her. That's the sad part.
Well, hold on, David. Dr. Jordan, I know you wanted to chime in. Thank you, Brad. Dr. Jordan?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the education thing. I just think it's very interesting. It's kind of like it's engineered in a way that really serves certain demographics. I was looking at the Kennedy family, Eunice's kids, 11 kids, and looking at where they went to school. And it's interesting, you know, some of them picked really, really high, esteemed institutions based on name alone. Others you can learn about, pick schools based on what they actually offered them in terms of unique curricula. I think that, you know, unfortunately, I think what Donald Trump demonstrates is that, you know, these things are engineered. And I don't think we should even be, I don't think it's worthwhile to get into that conversation, because I don't think it's a good look for the Ivy League, to be honest, that he's at all associated with them in any regard. But furthermore, and this is not to suggest that people who don't have a graduate or professional degree aren't very intelligent or aren't educated in their own right, but he's one of the first presidents in modern history not to have a graduate degree. That's probably more of a reflection of his acumen than anything. And that's not to take away from it. I mean, you don't necessarily need it for what he was doing, but in terms, you know, even George W. Bush had an MBA, I believe. And so, I mean, it's like, I think we're looking at it through the wrong lens, but there's a lot of hype. And so I don't, like, you know, and I'll land here, I have relatives, I have a cousin who went to Yale. He turned down Harvard to go to Yale. I have a cousin who went to Harvard Law School, who is certainly not the genius of the family. The genius of the family went to Case Western Reserve. He's high on the spectrum. The kid is a genius. He wouldn't have fit into a school. He wouldn't have fit into the Ivy League, because if he had to leave home, it would have been more problematic for him. So he stayed in the Cleveland area and went to Case Western Reserve University. He's now a physician, believe it or not, but he lacks the social grace to really benefit from some of the institutional culture and the provisions that the Ivy League would have offered him. So, I mean, people choose things for all kinds of reasons. However, when you are running for office, public office, it doesn't hurt to have those names, but they really don't mean anything. And I think, if anything, they make you suspicious of how the person got in. And that, I think, is the danger of the American education system at the nexus of education and privilege.
Well, let me jump in here. Let me jump in here real quick. I got you. But I want to ask Madison a question. I'm trying to think of a way to put it where, because she's my friend and I respect her, and I love when she comes to my rooms. But Madison, do you think it's more? And I'm not saying this. Miss Abby said this. It's just a feeling from the conversation as it's flowing, for me at least, my interpretation. It sounds more elitist than racist, Madison.
Jay, I'm only going to address you if I don't get cut off, and then moderated after getting cut off.
Well, the mic is yours. Please, nobody cut her off.
Okay, Jay, before she starts, though, I want to be very clear. It's Jay's room, so I'm going to defer. What we almost never do, and I don't do, is allow anybody to come into this house and set the terms in which they'll engage, right? We have rules that apply to everybody. We have policies on when we interject as moderators. We have a one mic policy. So, you know, this house has never bowed to somebody making the demand you just tried to make, right? We will engage respectfully, but if you're gonna come into healthy debates, I'm gonna ask you, like everybody else, to just expect to engage under the standards in this house and not think you're gonna come dictate specific terms under which you're willing to speak, because we don't operate that way.
Well, I know how you operate. I modded in here 2 nights ago, Bren. And the fact of the matter is that your policy didn't apply to everybody.
You moderated in a room I was in?
Because I was the one.
You moderated in a room I was in?
You weren't here. I said in this group.
Okay, which is my point, right? This is my point. I am very clear, and I dare anybody to bring up a room where I am not on everybody's ass about following the same standards. Now, we have moderator autonomy in this house. This is Jay's room. He could say, fuck it, I want to do what I want. We're doing things how I want to do it. And I would back off. I'm just reminding everybody, because what happens is when we give grace in one room, people then come into another room that's mine or Kelly's and think they're going to set the tone under which they're willing to speak, which is why I wanted to make the point.
Okay, so if that's the case, if it applies to everybody, why did you allow her to cut me off and then make us both stop talking after that without allowing me to finish my point when I was responding?
So I allowed you to interrupt her, I allowed her to interrupt you because it's Jay's room. Once it reached the point, in my judgment, that it sounded like a pathetic catfight between two women who are far too intelligent to be engaging in it, then I stepped in and shut you both down. You interrupted her, she interrupted you multiple times, and the engagement was going fine. It hit a point where it really did feel like the two of you were going to sacrifice the room to nitpick at each other, and both of you are far too intelligent for that, so I took the moment to come in and moderate, right? But I gave you both the space to self-moderate until it was clear you weren't going to, and that's why I stepped in when I did.
Thank you for your explanation, Bren. I don't agree with that. We can move on from it because it was impossible for me to interrupt her when I was the one who was talking.
Madison, let's move past this. Let's continue. We're having a great conversation tonight. My question to you was, from the statements that I'm hearing in this room and even in the chat, and this is my opinion, I think it's more of an elitist view, not a racist view. Just my opinion. What do you think?
I think it can be both. And I think that is illustrated by the fact that, and I put this in the chat, that there are some people who, no matter what an individual does, like in the case of Obama, who went to Harvard, people still say that he's not intelligent. People still call him a monkey. People still say those things about him. So it can be a combination of the both. It really just depends on who you're talking to. So to avoid that, I usually don't bring up HBCUs for that very reason, because I know that they're discounted across the board for either of those reasons. And I only illustrated that because that's why I was sure that I did not bring up education, because I didn't on purpose. I actually wrote my points down, as a matter of fact. So I know what I said and what I know what I didn't say. So I didn't bring that up. I only responded to it based on the fact that I wasn't comparing the schools, Wharton and Howard or Yale or Harvard or any of that. What I was comparing was the propensity for Trump to cheat, and that his niece said that he cheated. I never said that he did. I said his niece did. And a comment that one of his professors made about him. I didn't say anything singularly about the schools themselves.
Thank you, Madison. Ken Frankel, how you doing?
Hey, good. I just wanted to make a quick comment on something Dr. Jordan said, just to kind of correct the statistical record. So, Dr. Jordan, on this issue of where presidents went to school, keep in mind a couple of things. One is we don't elect presidents that often, so you're going to just statistically get incredible anomalies because you don't have a great size of a pool, okay? But if you strip out the lawyers, okay, then you don't have a lot of presidents with postgraduate, whatever you want to call postgraduate degrees, beyond 4 years, okay? Because most of them have it because they're lawyers. So you go back and look, Eisenhower went to a military academy, 4 years, that's it, okay? Ronald Reagan, 4 years, 4-year college. First President Bush, 4-year college. So it's not that unusual. And by the way, if you go back far enough in time, there was a time when lawyers didn't need to go for undergraduate. I believe that Thomas Jefferson was able to become a lawyer without going to undergraduate, because lawyers used to become lawyers through apprenticeships. So I wouldn't make any kind of statement about postgraduate degrees, because I think it only really applies to the people who became lawyers. But I think if you look at a lot of the non-lawyers who were president, most of them didn't go beyond 4 years of college. George Bush, the second President Bush, was an exception.
Okay, I'm going to respond, and then hopefully you move on from this. I was responding to a comment where it was mentioned that they had crappy credentials compared to the other ticket. So my response was to bring up the education and the level of the selectivity of the schools. To answer your question that you asked, I have been in a position for many years in my life where I hired lawyers. And in hiring lawyers, if I had someone from Harvard or Yale or one of the top 10 law schools in the country, they would absolutely have an advantage of being hired, assuming they met all the other criteria that were needed. And in fact, most of those graduates end up commanding much higher starting salaries because of where they went to law school. That's just how the legal profession is. Like it or not, that's the reality of it. If you graduate from Penn Law, if you graduate from Harvard Law, Yale Law, your starting salary is a good chance you'll get into one of the more major firms in the country, and you're going to have a higher starting salary. You may have compression, which is what happens in law firms. That's a different conversation. However, that's one of the reasons that you choose a better law school, because you make more money and you have access to better firms, to clerkships with higher level judges. That's just the reality. So to say that I'm racist because I think that Yale Law School is a better law school than Howard Law School, that's just a reality. And you can look at the statistics out of what the LSAT scores are, what the GPAs are, the people that get accepted to those schools, and what law firms hire them and what their starting salaries are. And that's in the legal profession been the norm for as long as I've been in it. So you can move on from this. I brought up the schools because she was attacking the credentials and the ability of one ticket versus the other, and I raised it. And by the way, nobody has answered yet where Walt went to school. And I know we probably should move on from the subject, but I can't seem to get an answer to that.
They answered it.
And that's
It was entered in the chat.
From what I just heard, that's reference to.
Hold on a second, Madison, I need you to just hold on 1 second. I want to come to you in a second. But Ricky's been waiting to speak, and then I'm going to come back to you. Okay, Madison? Yeah, Ricky.
Thank you. I don't really. Probably the worst conversation I like to have on Clubhouse is about elite schools and blah blah blah. But you guys know more about that. I will say this: probably the thing that is most frustrating over the last 8 years is constantly having to defend and rationalize my position for who I vote for this orange-haired beauty, Donald Trump, right? It's not about who he says grabbed by the pussy by or anything like that. The reasons that people vote for him are completely detached from that. There are bigger issues to those people. Different people value things differently. But the one nice thing about it is he says what he wants to do, as crazy as it is, and then he goes ahead and moves forward to try and achieve whatever it is. It could be something crazy as, you know.
You're in the vortex, right?
Supporting,
Ricky, you're in the matrix, my friend.
I'll come right back. Go.
All right, then. It's glitchy tonight.
You're in the
Tip,
vortex, my friend.
Tip, I got it. Hold on, I'm gonna come to you soon, I promise. But I wanna go to Andre, then I'm gonna go to Tip. Before I do that, Brandon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you enjoy the minutes for a little while? Let's go with Andre, Tip, and then just take the floor. Let's go
Sure. So, did you say Andre and then Tiffany?
Yeah, you're good.
No,
I'll be here
Tip.
for a bit.
Oh, Tip.
All right, Andre, how you
Can I
doing?
go right after them?
Yes, Ricky, I got you. How you doing, Andre?
Good to hear you.
What's your mind? Do you want to jump in on the subject? Whatever the subject may be?
I mean, listen, Trump is not, I wouldn't say he would be my choice for the Republicans. So just the same way as Kamala is not my choice for the Democrats. But, this is the kind of hand that we were dealt. And as much as, Trump is, he's not a very good human being. He's very shady, and he runs his mouth all the time.
So like on personal level, I find it very difficult to like him or to associate with him. But what he represents at the moment, I think, is something that is very needed for the direction that the country has been going into. And he's sort of an antidote for the type of the progressive craziness that's been happening for the past, I don't know, like 4-8 years. So it's one of those instances where you hold your nose and you vote for what you perceive to be better direction.
Thank you, Andre. Tiff, man, I know you've been patiently waiting to jump in. How you doing, my friend?
Good. How you doing, brother? It's very interesting. Like, people from abroad, they have so much support for Trump. Even people internally, they have so much support for Trump. And like acknowledging that is it's degeneracy. Like I don't see how they. I don't see they coalesce those two things. They say in one vein, this guy's crazy, but he's necessary. Like I never experienced nothing like this. When do we say that somebody's out of their fucking mind and say, well, no, he's out of his mind, but he's necessary? So this is like a shift in the ethos. This is like a matrix shift. We don't give a fuck about psychopaths. And we try to qualify psychopaths. And we lead into psychopaths. And we do everything in our power to measure psychopaths. We're watching you, psychopaths. But you are indeed are psychopaths. To make sense of this psychopathic shit. So we're watching you, and it's okay. And you think you have the power to just be psychopathic? Okay, that's what you're doing? Alright, we're watching you, psychopathic motherfuckers. That's how that works.
Thank you, Tip.
Wow, that was amazing. That was
hold on, everybody, hold on. You're gonna get a chance to push back, but I'm handing the keys over to Brandon, Dr. Jordan. Brandon Jordan, it's all yours, guys.
I just wanted to respond to what he said, Brandon. I'm not trying to give him a cue.
Okay, so let's start with Dr. Responsible, then we'll go to Wesley, then Madison, and Andre.
Okay. I don't want to really push back at that. Let me just say this. Different people value different things differently. I don't know if you can understand that, but some people don't think that this man is a psychopath. Some people think that he says crazy things. That could be true. But no one thinks that he's a psychopath that is voting for him. They might just disagree with the way he operates through his policy. Anyway, one thing that is different, right, between voting for the decision between Kamala and Donald Trump. Donald Trump says things that people find crazy. He says policies that some people find radical and other people find to be complete common sense. But what he says, he's actually trying to do, right? Whether he's out for the American people, he does this strictly for his love of American people. I don't know about that, and I don't care. But it is very frustrating to have to try and rationalize and defend the person that you want to vote for, have them trying to be taken off the ballot in multiple states by the Democratic Party, having them prosecuted on multiple spurious fucking cases that in the end I predict will amount to nothing, just like I predicted 2 years ago, and just like anyone who had any idea what was going on predicted. And have to justify voting for something that is very clear, laid out, and that I want. You might not want it. The difference is, somebody said earlier in the room, well, Kamala, she's moving more towards the center. No, she's fucking.
Bro, you're a psychopath, bro. You're going down a long line.
Okay, so I don't know why on earth you'd be interrupting. Nobody interrupted you, which means you now get to mute and be quiet.
Psychopath.
Okay, so would you like to comply with the room's rules, or would you
You're a
like to
psychopath. You're literally a psychopath. You are. You're not American. You're a fucking anti-patriot. You're a psychopath.
Okay, so you're blocked from this house and will not
No,
be.
block it out. You're a psychopath. That's who you are.
Okay, bye douchebag. So in this house, we follow decorum or we get the fuck out. Those are the two options. Those are the options people have. I don't give grace a whole lot, and I certainly don't to pink ticket people who haven't put the commitment to join the house. Just be respectful. That's it. Nobody needs to interrupt anybody else. So whoever was speaking before he decided to be a douche, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Yeah, basically what Donald might disagree with Donald Trump or what he says and how he says it, but he's actually saying what he thinks he's going to do, right? And then you have Kamala Harris, which I heard people saying, well, she's moving more towards the middle, she's getting more moderate. No, she's fucking lying, right? And this is not unique to the Democrat Party. The reason that Donald Trump has been accepted in the Republican Party is because his predecessors were president, vice president, so on and so forth in the Republican Party for the last 30 years have been such liars that the Republicans are like, dude, this guy does sound a little crazy, but I'm willing to actually listen to it, take the good with the bad, because every president before me and every Republican before him has said that their main focus was fixing the border. No, wrong. Didn't even try. Let things go to committee and let them die over and over and over and over and over again. They're looking for small government. Lie. Over and over and over again. And that's why Republicans have accepted Donald Trump, because we're so sick of being lied to. Now, Democrats, the voters, listen, the only obvious thing that I can see is that you haven't gotten to that threshold yet. You haven't gotten to the threshold where you're sick of your politicians lying to you, coming around black neighborhoods every 2 or 4 years, pretending they give a fuck about you, when really, in another 2 years, there will be no black power center in the Democratic Party or anywhere else. It'll be full Mexican. I don't know when you will get to the point where you're sick of your people lying to you, but don't get on me and everybody else, because we've had enough and we're ready to go listen to someone who we might not agree with everything, but at least is honest about the crazy things that they say.
I mean, this will be quick, Madison. Your share was pretty rough to listen to. Here, I'm some kid from Texas, y'all. I didn't grow up rich or anything like that. There's no reason on God's green earth that I should be up here potentially embarrassing myself in front of the globe, everyone on this stage. The reason I'm up here telling you, hey, this is really important. This billionaire, I don't want to live with him. I don't want him to be my roommate. I don't know the guy. I do know the media has painted a really bad picture. I doubt anybody in here that's been talking smack about him and his wife have even met these people.
I have.
This man loves America. He's lost a lot of money. They shot him in the face. He's getting something like 87% bad media coverage. This might be the reason you don't like him. They told you not to like him. Here's a reality check. America is at war. There are global elitists that have declared war on the entire earth. And they will win that war if they're able to disarm America and jail anybody that speaks out against it, like the COVID thing, the Russia hoax, all this. We're supposed to be scared and do what they say. Well, you know what? We don't want to. You know who doesn't have to? The billionaire from New York that found out how nasty this Democrat liberal agenda is. And I'm not saying he's got to live with you. All I'm saying is he's going to stand in front of us. We're standing behind him. Someone's standing in front of us. Someone has to. This guy said, I'll do it. He's getting out there. We got his back. Hold your nose for 4. You did it for 4 years. It wasn't that bad. If we screw this up, I am worried we'll be in war and economic times like we've never seen. So that's why we're so passionate. That's why we're up here doing it and willing to take on these attacks. This is our kids' future at stake.
actually known him, so I'm going to tell you that, Wesley. And with respect to, and thank you for what you said, you know, I guess I have a question to people. Pre-COVID, because COVID changed so much, how was your life when Trump was president? Like, what horrible things happened to you when he was president, or what good things happened? I mean, for me, my portfolio was a lot better pre-COVID and performing well. So I guess I'm asking, everyone thinks this is such a horrid man. Like, what were you doing in 2018, 2019, beginning of 20 that was just so horrible when he was president?
I bought a home and had 2 kids that I didn't think I would have the economic resources to have all within that period. And it would not have happened under Bush, a Republican, or Biden, a Republican. I've just turned 40 years old. I had never experienced an economic boom in my adult working life, and I thought that they didn't exist. And I really appreciate whatever he could do and what the country together galvanized behind someone that was America forward could do. And my life has gotten exponentially greater. And I know that's not everybody, but that I am not lying, exaggerating one word when I say that. And so you could see why I would stand behind someone that afforded those.
Thank you,
I
Ricky.
was
For
actually
me
after
personally, other than my portfolio, the state of Israel was protected, which is very important to me. The embassy was moved to Jerusalem, which was very important to me. It had been law in the United States, and no president had the balls to do it until he finally did it and followed the law that already existed. And the Abraham Accords occurred, and they were on a trajectory to have more countries. So for me personally, great things happened when he was in office.
Okay, so Abby, I appreciate that you were responding to Wesley, and that worked. But we're going to go to Madison because she was next in the queue, and Andre, we'll go to you after, and then we'll see if we need a queue or if we can popcorn.
Right,
But
go
go ahead,
Andre,
Madison.
please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Madison.
Yeah, my life doesn't really turn on the presidency like that. COVID was horrible for our business. I'm in Hollywood, and so we lost several years because of it, and for what I thought was a botched response or lack thereof. And since we're talking about the presidency and not law firms, that's why, for me, experience is most important when it comes to a candidate versus education, because there were some presidents who didn't have an Ivy League education, and by all accounts, they did okay.
Who was next, or was there no one in line?
It was Andre
Oh.
and then Adams, but I'm going to just ask everybody. I've been cleaning out comments in the chat. If you know I've deleted your comment, understand it's because it's outside of what we expect in decorum in this house. Don't attack other speakers. Don't degrade other speakers. At this point, if I see continued comments, I'm just going to start removing people from the room. Because I'm not going to spend the rest of my evening deleting comments because you want to be assholes. So for the handful of people, you know who you are, stop doing it. And go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I just want to say, in general, the very idea that Trump is competitive today and competitive against Democrats and has the support that he has, I think it's a great testimony of the failure of the Democrats to provide a viable alternative. I mean, we can also talk about, the internal conservative politics in the Republican Party, but I think it's mostly a testimony to the Democrats and how much they have steered away from their proclaimed goals. It's the party that was supposed to represent the common cause, but in reality, they turned out to be a complete fraud that caters to the big business and to the corporate whenever it plays into their interests. And that's, I'm by no means a populist myself, but like when I see the obvious collusion between the big business and the government in order to have some sort of social engineering program, I mean, that doesn't really sit well with me. And it's the same party that was claiming that Biden is at the top of his game, and then 5 minutes later, we're talking about how he's incapable of leading the country and propped Kamala out of nowhere. The drawn support that was, just a minute ago non-existent, that in their 20s, all of a sudden became overwhelming support and everybody's behind her. So I think Democrats really need to reevaluate what they stand for, because they have not presented themselves in the best manner possible.
Dr. Mitch, I guess you're up, or Adams, and then Dr. Mitch.
Yeah. Just kind of looking at this week's events kind of unfolding, and, just seeing the tail end of, the Democratic National Convention that just happened last week. I've never been so concerned about one specific issue, and Dr. Jordan, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are. The fact that people have leveraged the use of social media and leveraged the hate against Donald Trump to create this superhero of a candidate with no platform, no foundation in belief of people's ability to see this person leading, because she's run for president, 3 times? And, it kind of begs the question, is celebrity worship culture going to rear its head and become extremely destructive in the next several years following this election? Because if people think that the fight to regain some sort of stability is over, just in November, you are horribly mistaken. There has been an overcorrection of society that is going to take a re-centered correction back from that overcorrection to move it to more of a moderate place, in hopes that, it doesn't recorrect and, go, too extreme to the other side. So I think that people are very naive in seeing that whatever candidate is chosen in this next election is going to be the answer to the future, because it certainly is not. And just let the games begin.
Yeah, so I'll respond to that quickly. I had a friend of mine who passed away. His name was John Ferrer. He was an agent, vice president, head of unscripted television at William Morris. And, he used to tell me that credentials don't matter, and it was talking about specifically in regard to television, right? And not even unscripted television, just the fact that you want a subject matter expert up. Well, it's nice to have all these credentials. What matters is their media presence. And I think what's problematic, and so that's one thing. Another thing is that, more to your point, is this notion of celebrity. We have lost our values. We are led in many ways. Celebrity culture is sometimes built around how we see people reflected in ourselves, right? And so the values that people like Donald Trump seem to have, were something that would have been absolutely intolerated. I remember I went to this fancy prep school, and we had this whole thing about honor, integrity, blah, blah, blah. That actually mattered so much. It was so much more important than financial success. And, we had kids going to military academies, choosing careers, including myself, that were not, at least my first career, not particularly lucrative. And, values really matter. And so now they don't really matter. So, and celebrities are kind of perpetuating this because so many of them want to stay relevant and will do anything to get attention on Instagram. So I don't know how we move away from it, because the social currency and the celebrity currency is already there and it's rolling. And Donald Trump is just, kind of one symptom of that, right? And, he's very charismatic. I think he can be very charming, but I also think that he's also done some horrible things, and his true colors often come out. And so, I don't know if that's the look that people want their kids to see. But if he's making people richer and that's all that really matters, then, or the rich richer,
That's another angle. So I don't know what to say other than it's a different world that I grew up in, and I'm kind of disappointed. But I'm no angel and I'm no expert.
I just have one more question for you very quickly before we move on. Do you feel that Donald Trump will be the only American president to not have a high school named after him within 10 years of him leaving office?
I'm sure he will have everything else named after him, so it won't even matter. He'll probably be the first president to want a.
But we can agree that an educational institution is one of the highest honors in one's legacy. I mean, we can.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know plenty
one
of people.
One of.
Whoa! I know plenty of people who are awarded honorary doctorates, who just demonstrate how how academic institutions have been tainted by celebrity. So I don't know what that really means. Ultimately, but. Lastly, I'll land there before I babble more.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take up so much space. Dr. Jordan, I will say this, we need to be very careful calling him a celebrity. It is an incident of his great accomplishments as a real estate developer, and what does separate him from, other presidents is that he was a celebrity, with the exception of Ronald Reagan. But I do think that he should be given the same fair standards of, having a high school named after him in America.
Well, let me just respond to that quickly. There's nothing wrong with inheriting celebrity, and he didn't inherit celebrity per se, but there was a time when the first Alexander the Great is considered the world's first celebrity. There's a French actress, Jewish actress, who was considered the first modern celebrity. But nobles were initially the first celebrity. So there's nothing wrong with someone who, was the heir to a real estate fortune, and then capitalized on commercializing his brand in all kinds of innovative and perhaps entrepreneurial ways. He became a celebrity in his own right, but he's more known. I think he had far more success as a reality TV star than he did accomplishing what he claims as a real estate developer, right? Because it was all laid out there for him. He's a nepotism baby.
That's bullshit.
And there's nothing. How is it bullshit? I mean, he inherited his fortune.
He didn't inherit the scale.
Do you know what he built and the different projects? Do you know about I can tell you firsthand the ones that I worked at and what was in New Jersey. I mean, things went up, things went down, the market there changed dramatically.
His father's
as things happened in
So hold on,
states.
hold on,
But to
everybody.
say that things were handed to him?
Hold on, Abby. Hold on. So, my app is being all glitchy. I'm on and off. I'm not getting mic'd as quickly as I would. I understand, Abby, that you wanted to respond to that. I've been harsh on everybody tonight about interrupting. Dr. Jordan has a sing-songy way of speaking, but he was clearly not done. So I'm just going to reiterate to everybody the request in general. Don't interrupt other speakers. This room is not one that has been naturally flowing. It's not one like some of the ones that I've had recently where we can popcorn cleanly. Obviously, that's not worked in this particular room tonight. So we're having to be a little more stringent on don't interrupt, especially if it's Dr. Jordan or me or somebody else modded. There's a reason why we have limited mods tonight. It was done intentionally. That was kind of Jay's goal. And so with that, I'm going to be on everybody's ass a little bit about interrupting. Dr. Jordan, did you want to finish what you were saying? And then I'm going to go to Abby to let her finish what she was saying. Sure. And then Adams to wrap it out, and then we will move on.
Sure. So, a lot of people in my family inherited fortunes. Bud Selig did not inherit necessarily fortune. For example, he inherited a car dealership from his father who died, and he turned that into something. And then his daughter inherited a baseball franchise. On the other side of my family, I had a cousin who inherited a fortune and did a lot with it and then turned out to be a crook. When you inherit a ton of money, it's not terribly impressive how much you capitalize on that, because lots of people in this country who have nothing to rub together, no dimes, no nickels, no nothing,
If they had a fortune like Donald Trump was granted, they could do wonders with it. He's no genius. Most CEOs read books all the time. He doesn't read. I mean, we're not talking about someone who is a gift to the world. He's just a guy who got very lucky that his father came before him, and no one really argues that. So that's not really the issue. Now, I mean, is he willing? I mean, now, I will give him credit that he's willing to put his name on anything and be terribly tacky about it. And if you can make money on anything, create Trump University. He's no scholar, but he wanted to create it. I mean, this guy would throw money anywhere and do anything. Now, if that's success, that's success. Maybe it's just not what I understand success to be.
So may I respond?
Sure.
I don't know all the New York properties, but I know they're plentiful. Did you read The Art of the Deal, Dr. Jordan? Did you read his book?
No, I would never.
That he wrote?
I would never
Okay,
read.
so we'll start with that. You say the guy doesn't read. He wrote a book that was a bestseller about the business that he got into and the nature of the business and changing the landscape of New York. I mean, I don't think Trump Tower is just a bullshit little building, nor do I think 40 Wall Street is, or the different golf clubs. And I've been to the ones in Florida. I experienced firsthand the casino properties. And again, it was in a market that was changing dramatically as gaming happened in other states. But this is not a person that, whether you like it, you obviously don't like him. You obviously find lots of things to attack him. But he built a real estate empire that is all over the world. And I mean, my city, I look at a building right at the Strip with his name on top of it, and it's a non-gaming property that he built. Again, whether you like Mar-a-Lago or not, what he turned that into was pretty spectacular. Or the Trump International Golf Course. I mean, there are things that he had successes with and things that he had failures with. But to say that the man never reads, you don't know that. You don't know these things about him. You don't interact with him personally, and you are gauging on a niece that decided to go to war with him. It's not credible. What you're saying is just not credible. So it's just your own dislike for him, and that's where you're coming from. But there are lots of properties that this man built just in the city of New York alone. And you can like him or not like him, but the accomplishments and the buildings and the resort communities are there. They existed, and they existed in different time frames through his career. What he did on television and with building that whole franchise and that whole established Apprentice and all the offshoots of it. I mean, it had a marketing genius to it, whether you like it or not. But I go back to, it's really not what I'm defending. I go back to when he was the president. And for me personally, I liked what he did. I liked his policies for businesses. I liked his tax policies. I think they enhanced, for me personally, my business and businesses around me. And what he did for me and for my ethnic group was spectacular. And I'm excited and thrilled at the thought that he would come into office again and possibly help my people and protect them. So for those reasons, I will defend him. And by the way, to answer Adam's question, there's a city in Israel named after him. That is something that he got his name on because they appreciated him so much there.
Okay, so thank you. Just to respond to that, hold on one second. I just want to respond to that. So again, it's not really even a matter of like or dislike. In fact, I find it highly entertaining. But I mean, there's hundreds of sources. Now I'll use one more example and then I'll land. So my brother's brother-in-law is a guy.
I can't shut my mic, by the way. I'm not trying to be rude, but something's glitchy with this.
Okay. So my brother's brother-in-law is a guy named Reed Cordish who played tennis.
Yes, I know the Cordishes. They have a casino here.
So this is a great example of what I'm talking about. So David Cordish, who actually is friendly with Donald Trump, David Cordish has 3 sons. One of the sons was a professional tennis player. He had no business acumen.
he had no experience. He was so interested in playing tennis that he wasn't involved in business, and yet suddenly he emerges as this real estate mogul, right? Now maybe he's learned stuff, blah, blah, blah. He also worked for Donald Trump. But this is what people who inherit a fortune have the opportunity to do. They can go and be a ski bum like Donald Trump Jr. and suddenly jump into the family business and pretend like they've created everything. And I don't think even Donald Trump Jr. takes credit for it. But to suggest that these people are these enterprising entrepreneurial geniuses is just not true. Donald Trump is not a creative genius. He had lots of people giving him ideas, suggesting he was cheating people most of the time. I mean, we need to just at least be honest about how we're crediting people. And if Donald Trump is such a wonderful guy, I mean, maybe he is a wonderful guy. I think that it's so easy because I grew up around these people, not Donald Trump per se, but these kinds of people. It's all a facade, and it's kind of funny to me. And I'm personally interested in people who pretend that they're something that they're not. Donald Trump is one of them. When I used to go to the ICSC conferences with my dad in Las Vegas, this is the International Council of Shopping Centers, people used to make fun of Donald Trump up and down the aisles from the DeBartolo family onwards. I mean, it's just a joke. Now, he may be God, and maybe he is the Messiah, but I just don't take Donald Trump seriously.
Dr. Jordan, here's the thing, right? If we're going to credit people, we should credit them where they deserve it, right? Trump University is a giant scam. It was a scam from the onset. But anybody who understands the development of the Hudson River side and the revitalization of cleaning the river and the Chinese and Iranian investment money that was put into 6 blocks of the Hudson River development, which made Manhattan what it currently is, was Donald Trump. And Barbara Corcoran from Shark Tank was far less successful than she is now, and was a young real estate person involved in the projects. And Donald Trump took what was considered a poison riverfront and managed to convince the city to rezone and foreign investors to put billions of dollars into revitalizing what is now the Hudson River line, right? Which there have been songs about, from Alicia Keys to a number of other people. The beautiful Hudson River line, people take the bus down, people take the train down. The entire Hudson River section that is on, the southwestern, lower west side of New York, that redevelopment was Donald Trump's project. He crafted it, he created it, he pitched it, he made it a reality. If that was the only thing he achieved in his entire career, it would be more than most of us will ever achieve in terms of impacting a community and impacting an economy and impacting a city. So when we take shots at Donald Trump, I think we should do them fairly. Abby was making the point that if you actually take the time to look at the projects and endeavors he's put his energy to, not just the company money, but his personal energy, the guy is brilliant when it comes to real estate development. When it comes to just about anything else, he tends to fail, right? He built that non-gambling property in Vegas, but it was built with the intention of trying to get a gaming license, and they wouldn't give him one, and the Gaming Commission pushed it. And so that's why it's a non-gaming property, is because he wasn't able to get that piece done. He's built a number of other iconic properties. When it comes to his original skill and trade, he's far more talented than his father was. Did his father create the start to where he had a silver spoon? Of course he did. But the growth of the Trump real estate and development empire came on the back of Donald Trump, not Fred Trump. And people don't bother to look at that. They bother to just go, oh no, I don't like it, this is what this is. Now, Trump University was a fucking Ponzi scheme. It was a horrific game because he knew he was never going to get accreditation. So that I'll take shots at him for all day long, because that's what that was. And there's no way you can paint it a different way. Every accrediting board in the country had told him no before he even went public with the university. Well, you know you're not accredited. You know you won't count. Why are you pitching this as a university. That's a scam. But to then take a shot at everything else he did, it's like, no, you can't, in my opinion, you can't look at one day of someone's life and sum them up. You can't look at one chapter of someone's life. So for Donald Trump, the man's done a million different things, and the ones that are successful, that are iconic, like the Hudson Riverfront, I think we should give him credit for, and not simply wipe them away because he was born with a silver spoon. Because a lot of other people in New York were born with silver spoons, and they didn't manage to figure out the Hudson River Project. His father, who created the silver spoon for him, didn't manage to have the vision to see that through. And that has impacted the city of New York in a massive way. That's part of why Manhattan is worth what it is. That's part of why the structure is there. That's part of why the entire ecosystem of the park and the riverfront is the way it is, was around the redevelopment project that Donald Trump crafted. And so, you know, I get why Abby was so adamant about giving him credit, and I get why you're so adamant about taking shots at him for other things. I mean, the guy's a 50-50 bar of bullshit and success, and a lot of people who take the big risks and the big shots will be 50-50 bars. You can't win on everything. You can't win every case, you can't win every deal, but I think we can be a little more objective when we're reviewing people's bodies of work, whether we're talking about Kamala or we're talking about Trump.
Fair enough, and I'll let Dr. Mitch go because he's been waiting.
Brian, can you check your...
So, the one thing I would say is that, you know, again, when you have so much money that it's hard to fail, it's interesting. Also, in the words of David Cordish, real estate development is not rocket science. It's a lot about having the money to build this stuff, right? I mean, landlords make crazy mistakes, developers make crazy mistakes all the time that drive tenants actually crazy, right? Because they're like, wow, why the fuck did you build a parking lot like that? I mean, it's just amazing some of the zoning issues that landlord, I mean, anyways, I don't want to go into it because it just, we can give him credit if we want to call Donald Trump